Right. Good day, everybody. Stompy gonna stomp. Oh, hello, music. Don't put F's in chat. If you put F's in chat, I think I'm disconnected again. I've got a new setup, not really, but I've improved my setup a little bit. So that now at least my phone is connected through cable, which should improve the stability of the stream by a lot. It's also a lot faster in the upload test, so let's pray that that's good. We've got the hotspot as a backup. I think they should automatically switch, but it's still the same network though, so we'll see how it goes. But yeah, we are basically done with exploring on Gleba. Only took 2 streams to put down 144 raiders in a 12 by 12 grid. And that goes up to, just to give you an idea, that's more than 2,000 tiles out. So this is basically a 4,000 tile square. That is more than 100 chunks. Probably it's 128 by 128 chunks, if I would have to guess. So hopefully that'll be enough space to, you know, cut down all these lovely trees you need for the Gleba Science Pack without a pollution cloud growing outward. What we are gonna do today, or at least the first part, is prevent the enemies from growing back inward. So we have been clearing all the biters over here, or the Gleba biters. I'm just gonna call them biters, stompers, strafers. I'm just gonna call them a multitude of things. Let's try speeding up time a bit so it becomes day again. How many FPS can I still run? 150? Right, about 2.5 times game speed, so hopefully that means we can make it to the end of the game above 60 FPS, above 60 UPS. Alright. So yeah, we gotta prevent these guys from expanding back into our territory. That's what we're gonna do today. I've got a very cheesy method for it. I've been teasing it for a bit, but it's really, it's kind of disappointing once we actually start doing it. Just so you know already, don't expect too much. Take the title of the stream literally. Thanks, RTP, for the redeem. I'm sipping my coffee. Eve's Nest, have you seen Ryan Brown's Mega Base series? I have heard of it, but I haven't really watched it, no. I did see it come by. Is it any good? Let me know, because then I'll have to watch it. And you will be devoid for a new episode for another week if I get into binge watching a series. Here from Facebook? What the heck? I haven't been on Facebook in forever. Right. Yeah, so we ended last stream over here. We still have a little bit of artillerying to do. I just wanted to have a little bit of time before we get into the anti-expansion stuff, so that more people will be in the stream by that point, because we're starting a bit early. So we're gonna basically, okay, we've got an expansion going over here. It's exactly out of my range of view. I don't really want to cheat and reveal the map at the moment, so, but yeah, the expansions are happening. Thanks Zinc5 for the 15 months of subscription. Hello. So yeah, so we ended over here. We still have a little bit of artillerying to do. All of these guys should despawn or walk back to some nest in due time. We gotta be careful though, because those behemoth guys, they stomp me to death pretty quickly, as you just saw. With just one stomp and I'm in trouble. And those behemoth strafers, they are pretty quick, even for competing with 10 rare legs in my armor over here. So yeah, it's not gonna be a walk in the park completely. What I want to do is I want to get rid of all red chunks inside the radar visible range. So that means we have a couple more nests to destroy on this side. I think this is entirely clear. We might have had an expansion over here already, because I remember this was clear before. Just a couple nests really, it's not much, but we're gonna be shooting our last shells. So far we have brought over 10,000 artillery shells. And we've got 5.3k left on the ship. So about half of the belt is empty. Looks like the near side of the belt. The rest is still backed up completely, almost. But it looks like we brought about 2 times too many chips. So 2 times more shells than we need. Which is good, better than 2 times too few. I'm not going to do the world peace strategy where we get every base off of the generated map. If our method does not work, we could perhaps resort to doing that. I have been walking outside of this territory, but I'm pretty sure I haven't been walking near the edge enough yet to generate chunks beyond 20 chunks beyond the radar scan range. So it is possible. It is a good backup strategy. It does sound possible to achieve that on Gleba, just because of these enemies despawning over time if they are not connected to a nest, which is what we've been relying on for a bit to not die so far. Alright, let's go. I'm gonna die immediately to those behemoth stompers. I can feel it. I'm a little bit rusty. I'm immediately going up against the scary guys over here. So I guess the best angle of approach is somewhere more close by. There's a radar here, that's annoying. There is the old attack. Can I maybe squeeze in here? Still on my radar chunks over here. That is pretty close by though, they're gonna be here pretty fast. Alright, let's see what the range is on these. We might be shooting in directions I don't really want to shoot here. We're just gonna go over here and hope for the best. How did this work again? It's been a while. Okay, I put artillery shells in, we start shooting. Those guys are gonna assemble and come to me. I issue the deconstruct command and run away. Run away, that was the name of the game is Run Away. Let's try. I got robots in here. And I am pretty fast, so we should be good. Alright, so as soon as we see something coming, we're out of here. Okay, something is coming, we're out of here. Oh, those guys are called up as well. Okay, we got a strafer on us. The strafers are not so deadly. The problem is a little bit just groups of those guys everywhere now. So hopefully I can make it out of there. Alright, that was pretty good. That was where we were just standing. You can see that. Yeah, that's not a good place to be standing anymore. That's a very stompy place right there, holy moly. Alright. I don't want to shoot from close by my radars, or they will get destroyed. So I guess the next batch we're going to be shooting from maybe over here. I like the 4 different chunks approach, because the artillery scanning works like chunk based. Now let's do it like this. Second salvo. Alright, we don't have time to wait. Okay, are they following me now, or what are they doing? Okay, now they have split up. Some of them return. Some of them hang around. There's still a bunch of nests over here, so we got to have another salvo. Let's order another orbital strike with this blueprint, which requests 50 shells from the ship. That is how we've been carrying around those 5,000 shells, basically. Yeah, the attack waves are pretty big. Nukes, we don't have those yet, unfortunately. I've got enough space for 2 loads, I think. Yeah, we have another 50 shells of space. Alright, let's go here. Okay, let's not worry too much about which turret goes where. I am first going to get my shells out of here. Alright. Inventory space, that's a bingo square for you already. What's the invisible wall? We're gonna make it after about half an hour or so, I think. It's the evolution is so high already that we need like 3 shells to bomb a single nest. Alright, we got them out there safely. Still a little bit of I'm standing too close. A little bit of red chunk still there. I think we're gonna try to get one more shot in. It's gonna be a little bit hard. I might be able to just manually target those. I don't think anything is an automatic. Something is an automatic range. Okay, that might do it for the red chunks. Yeah, okay, all the chunks are green. Let's grab this. And run away. I think that's a success. We can leave this area behind and leave those guys hopefully to despawn the next time we're back around here. Yeah, that's a nice green line right there. So that was successful. We got an expansion chunk over here. That's interesting. See if something actually gets sent over there. Come through to say what's Mike. What's up, Mike? How do you keep up with everything? Don't really understand the question. Yeah, the key point in doing this strategy is definitely the running away part. The running away part is pretty essential. Don't fight, run away. The distances are starting to be pretty huge, man. Even for this 10 rare leg running armor. Pretty glad I invested in these fission reactors. That was a good call, especially with solar power being only half as strong on Gleba. Hey Ops. What's the difference between normal and rare artillery turrets? They have more range, I think. So automatic range is 268 instead of 224, so that's over a chunk extra. And range by hand, it could be way larger even. So I think we might need to research a couple range upgrades, but the backup strategy of clearing every nest off of the planet like in the Ultimate Death World challenge definitely seems possible. Yeah, the turrets also have more health. I guess that might have saved a turret or two when we lost one earlier on. Alright, so I want to destroy this nest. I think once we destroy that one, all of this should go away. I'm gonna try to keep it visible. Hopefully we don't fire to the right. Alright. Yeah, that was everything. Stop it, no! We shot there anyway. Alright, so that is good enough for here. I guess we want to clear out this southern edge a little bit more. And I can carry some more shelves again. There is no land to put this anywhere. Let's put it all the way back here. Those shelves will land. With or without us. Okay, there's a nest as well. I think I'm gonna want to go a little further away here. It's not quite everything in range. Let's see how this goes. I'm gonna make a save. Definitely tofu safe. I accidentally tapped out two windows there. That was not great. We gotta go. Alright, just these nests over here, and then this corner will be clear enough as well, I suppose. Wait, didn't even see those guys. Again, I could defeat those guys, but they will die automatically. Come on. There we go. I stared them to death. Alright, we'll get another salvo in from this angle. They're probably gonna come pretty fast. Oh, there's the entire set of expansion chunks gone there. That's great. Alright, there's one nest over there which I could get rid of from this angle. Shoot left, alright, we're shooting left. Alright, that's another big nest which I did not really need to shoot, but it's fine. Now we need to avoid all those guys. Where is that guy coming from? Where is my silo anyway? It's over there. My landing pad, I mean. Thanks, Fonzo. I'm just gonna wait for the rest to land here. Somebody, Gandalf says something, the wizard says something about a magic anti-expansion field involving landfill. I wonder what these mines are for. We have mined up almost the complete 4 starter ore patches here. Who's imitating me? Mike Handy 3. One second. I suppose we're good. It's only this nest which we need to clear. We've got an inventory of shells to do it. Thanks Ghost9 for the full year of subscriptions. Thanks for taking the effort to pickpocket Jeff Bezos. Through the Prime subscription feature. Right, that is all the expansion chunks, hopefully. It looks like it's the case. Let's go. I wish we could stay longer, but we need to move. Right, that's a nice looking line. This is fine as well. I think we can go all the way to this line over here then. 2 kilometers to walk. There's a weird impassable section of water here. It's pretty hard to see what is walkable terrain on Gleba and what not really. And where enemies are and where not. So it's pretty hard as well. Okay, there are red chunks here, but those are off of the map. And we lost a raider. Apparently that was too close by. We gotta go back there. We can do that when we are doing the wall made out of nothing. That World Marathon and keeping your hands clean. Yeah, that sounds like a... That world is a different beast though. For doing the keeping your hands clean achievement. There are so many nests in the starter area that it's pretty hard to do any of the cheesing strategies we did for this playthrough. So good luck with that. Alright, I think this is just going to be a couple of quick salvos. We'll start a little bit off to this side then. Okay, I cannot stay and watch. We gotta go. Alright, next one. I suppose over here. I think it helps if I just put this thing down, just for the vision. Oh, there's a big guy involved. Yeah, let's get out of here. Oh. Alright. One more to this nest, I suppose. I think we gotta plop down the resupply point somewhere. Let's put it a bit further away since they flew in from pretty far. I think we're good to go. Alright, this line is looking good. Alright, the raider. Let's keep that one pinned. Still a little bit over here. Don't think I'm I might be too close to that radar over there. Let's go over here. Right, that was a big nest. I thought it would be less there. Let's be cheeky. I think we're out of shells. Ah wait, this is the line. Alright, so we are already deep enough then. What are you coming to do? They're gonna win the DPS race here. Alright. So we can go all the way... I think all the way back up to the north. This last corner over here where there are still some nests. And then we're good to go. Except if these guys start expanding right back into my area again, of course. We are now all the way in the south. I think we'll take a quick walk past spawn. I gotta keep it there or I'll forget. I want to pick up some extra solar panels. I think I want to put like 1 or 2 extra solar panels with the radars in the corners, since they have the hardest task in revealing an area compared to the ones on the side. Is the interface larger? Yeah, I made it a little bit larger because of the stream quality. It's not always possible to read everything if it's in the default size, so I slightly increased it. I originally thought about doing this challenge on Dead World instead of default settings, but I didn't think it would be possible. Especially with the rate of evolution being much higher on Dead World. Spoilage. Right, so more of this, I suppose. It's only more solar panels. Let's just keep a little bit in the chest. How is it going with the landfill? Okay, we got basically full chests of landfill here. 70k, 5k, 26k, 11k. Maybe I can just throw some speed modules in these drills over here. Just to mine it up a little faster. How is this looking? I guess if these have run out, if I just connect the power networks. Very good. That should be able to weigh in a little bit with the accumulators then. For these sped up mining drills. Alright, we also still had a little bit of biochamber fuel, so perhaps we should try gathering some eggs on the way back. But not strictly required. I've got enough biochambers to beat the game, I suppose. Even got like over 100 uncommons, but only 8 rare ones. Alright, let's just go. Thanks Campos PL for the 15 months of subscription. Thanks a bunch. It's a bummer that stone patches do not increase size. There are a lot of stone patches though. There are a lot of stone patches. They're all pretty small, but I think the largest is 322k. I think they are ordered by size, but it's a lot of them. Rampant is a whole different thing. There is no way this is possible with rampant. I think rampant dead world on default settings is possible without any of those military helper mods but I don't think rampant with 1000 times science multiplier is gonna be doable. Already Crastorio Dead World default settings was kinda hard because just the fact that military and turrets are hidden behind a little bit more tech than usual made a whole lot of difference. Right, so what do we need here? I think just a good salvo from maximum distance away would do us well here. Alright, that is... everything is in range. The border is here. So I guess this is good. Are we not close by one of our raiders? No, we are close by one of those dots, which means we are far away. Alright, so this should be fairly easy. There it goes. And it's all. Time to pack. It is very dangerous to be zoomed in when doing these strategies. We could grab those eggs for the last couple biochambers. That area should be vacated now. Almost. We got a flamethrower to deal with these guys. Pick up the eggs. We also still need to pick up some eggs to actually start science at some point. But I guess one will do. That clears up this area. Are we done then? We are done except for that over there. I think we'll do the radar reinforcement strategy then on the first loop of the invisible wall. Alright, let's go there. We'll pick up those eggs as well. Then we'll go back, make the last biochambers from whatever eggs we have on us. And then we'll start the invisible wall. Man, what a beautiful canyon. That would be gorgeous in real life. We can recycle biochambers to get eggs. Oh, that's a good point. I'm gonna have way too many. I think my Gleba science blueprint uses like 100. Maybe not even 100. And we need to build it twice, so less than 200 biochambers for everything, and I've already got over 1000. I think I didn't even use any quality biochambers in the design, because all the recipes are pretty fast and we're gonna be insert or limited for most of it. Especially all the nutrients stuff. Even the smallest cliffs and canyons are mighty to touch. Go away! I mean, yeah, I guess it's like a bouldering wall, like 3 meters high. I could jump on top of that. I was imagining it to be... Let's go look if there's an expansion going on there. No, it's I don't see anybody. I still don't really know how it works exactly. Okay, expansion is already over. The attempt, so no group arrived there for some reason, I don't know why. We need to go here. We need to be fast because those eggs are already 25% spoiled. Okay, that giant group of enemies is gone. We need to clear that area mostly. There's a giant nest as well where I don't want to go. This might be the last attack then. I think so. It is green. And we might lose the turrets here. Okay, they were still elastically bound or something to those small guys. That could have ended really bad. I want to pick up those eggs, but I think we just created a kind of a path over there. There's even more guys coming. That behemoth stomper is pretty close by. Might be able to use the bots. Okay, that's everything, it looks like. Alright, let's go back then. We've got like 70x. And we can make the last biochambers. I think everything is clear now. And if not, we'll shoot more while placing the invisible wall. Where I need to go? I need to go this way again. A lot of walking. What's the Gleba game plan? The Gleba game plan is to not do any copper and iron on Gleba. For as long as I don't need to. I intend to eventually ship the rocket parts in from Fulgora, since they'll be... We have them in access over there anyway, except for the rocket fuel. We'll make the rocket fuel on Gleba, but that also does not involve any copper or iron. It's just bioflux, I think. Not really sure. I think you can get X from shells. There's like a chance, I think. Looted from aircrafts, gathered from the shells. Yeah, you can get them from the shells. I should hurry up a bit. Fortunately, this is preloaded, except for nutrients. Oh, nutrients. Right. We need bioflux for that. Sure. I think it's been a while. I chopped 5 of these trees and 2 of the other one. Something like that. And then turn everything into bioflux. Alright, these are set to... Those all have still some nutrients available. Alright. This is my very... scientific way making all of this. But this actually 5 and 2 trees, it exactly is the right ratio. Right, so now we got a bunch of bioflux. I think we'll just use 2 of these chambers. It's a bit too hard to do the rest. As long as we can do it before the eggs spoil, we should be good. Maybe we cannot do it. Ziki inserts it. I don't know where Ziki inserts it. We need more iron. Right, no rare ones still, but we are getting some more uncommons. This is the last run I'll make. After these are done, I'm calling it quits with the biolab stuff. Should have put an efficiency beacon up, but do I have the power? That would have done wonders. For nutrient consumption. But there we go, that's way slower. Unfortunately though, this is the last one, so I guess that's it. Oh, we got one more rare one. 2 more rare ones. Are all the eggs gone? It does look like all the eggs are gone. All the eggs are gone. And 2 rare ones. Plus the 8 we've got over here. So I guess that's good enough. We can use this iron and circuits for other purposes later on perhaps. This is all gonna spoil. Bioflux. I guess we might come in handy, right? It might come in handy. Just to run away from a critical situation. Alright. Shells. I want to keep a couple shells on me. Maybe I'll just keep 30 in there. The bioflux. And then This is out of power. Because I don't have power for the beacon. Well, now everything is connected. Why are we drawing so much power? Is it the mining drills? For 80 kilowatts. Yeah, it is the mining drills, alright. How about now? Still? Alright, looks like 2 speed modules is too much. I think we're done with these. Oh, there's a ton of spoilage in there. Looks like I didn't pick up everything. We're also done with... Are we done with these? Yeah, we're done with these. No beacon. That already helps for power. Right, now we're down to 1.6 megawatts. I think we can do the efficiency beacon thing. Still minus... Okay, we're not gonna do the beacon thing. Stop micromanaging these mining drills, which will run out by themselves anyway. And get on with it already. Sorry for the hyperspeed walking with the zoomed in stuff. Right, biochambers. We've got 10 rare ones, 140-ish uncommons, and over 1,000 normal ones. That'll do. And this is what we've got remaining. Alright. It's time for the wall. It is time for the wall thing. Invisible magic wall thing time. Let's go. What is the secret? Of course the secret is landfill. Most of you already have spoken about it. But it might not be exactly the way you're saying it's gonna be. Let's just check how much we have in total. A lot. I think we're gonna have enough. This is not too much landfill though. 45k. That is less than 45 chunks worth of landfill. And we've got a map size of, I want to know now, it's like 4,000 tiles wide at least. By 4,000. 16 million tiles divided by 32 by 32. So we've got a map size of like almost 16,000 chunks. So the solution is not to landfill absolutely everything. Here comes the cheese. I told you it was gonna be disappointing, but here it is. This is the magic. And the expansion wall. That is... If that's not disappointing, I don't know what is. It is 16 spots of landfill on a regular grid, which we are going to place like 10 chunks deep. Surprisingly though, okay, so these Gleben bases, they make their bases in the water, which means they check for suitable space to make a base, and if I'm correct, the suitable space is slightly larger than the space that is in between here. You can do this on Norvies as well with a pipe grid instead of the way I used. You can prevent all expansions from happening in an area by placing this pattern of pipes. It's like 14 tiles between. I chose to go the more interesting route on Norvies, but for Gleba I thought about it, but I couldn't come up with anything else. I tried walling in the nests, believe it or not. The thing is though, these guys have quite long legs and they could just step over like a... I think I went up like between 32 and 40 tiles of walls and they could still step over. So they weren't locked in there, and if they get angry they'll just stomp the wall as well. So it's... you cannot really block them off in the same way that you can with the Norwegian biters. The Norwegian biters you can also quite easily kill while you are walling off the nest, but yeah, good luck walling off some nests with these guys around. So that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. Alright. I don't know how much landfill I want to take. We're gonna pick up a whole bunch of iron and copper as well. Let's start with like 6k. How much would we need? Let's just go, we can come back. We're gonna start in this corner. So I can place back the radar and the extra solar panels, which I do have on me. I do want to keep this toolbar though. I don't think we need the radars on the toolbar anymore. Instead we can have this thing. Not really sure what else to put there, so we'll leave it there. Maybe the bot count. I think I want to use the other armor. Let me just check how big is this. So with this armor I can place one of these blueprints at a time. But if I stand in the middle, I cannot reach these spots out here. But with the other armor, I don't need to be so fast anymore, since I need to wait for the bots to place the landfill anyway. And with this, I do have the space to put out the ones on the rim as well. Just barely. Maybe it's better if I put even more roboports in there. I can still switch to run. I think I brought some extra. We did. I think I'll keep one exoskeleton in there. This might be a bad idea. I might not be fast enough to run away. I can control 224 robots now. So let's bring 5 stacks then. I'll bring all the bots then, just to fill up the bottom part of that. I don't think I need anything else. 6k landfill. Got some shells. I'm probably using them. So I guess we're good to go. There's still a beacon on there. No, there's not. There is. I'm blind. Oh, it is right here. I will see how that goes. I think we are ready to go get out of here. Definitely going in 10 minutes from now. Somebody has watched the stream more often already. Can we put pipes on the landfill just for the team? I think this is going to be annoying and time consuming enough that I don't want to make this double as painful as it needs to be. But if we, at some point, you know, once we are researching Aquilo for 3 million signs and such, if we ever find ourselves out of things to do, we can come back and put the pipes on the landfill as well. Alright, well, we got that one marker there, 900 meters. That is where the radar should go. I hope those guys have despawned already. I cannot see that because I don't have a radar there anymore, right? I think I should switch off the expansion chunks for now. If we see any nests too close by our edge, we can manually take them out. Let's just go take a look. Okay. Looks like everything's gone. Also looks like it's becoming night. Let's do this to get an update. Yeah, everything is gone. Alright. Let's go to the edge. This is the last radar. This is the edge of the visible. I specifically wanted these chunks to be green, so I knew there was nothing too close by. This will always be within my view because of the radar, so I think we are not going to place magic wall outside of the grid. We are just going to place all that we have visible. So that means there's this point over here. 2112, alright. Okay, there are guys not too far away, so we should probably stay inside. So this, I guess we're slightly over the border, but that's fine. That's good because then they also won't be able to find, if this chunk gets selected, they won't be able to go in. They won't be able to accidentally settle a base in this chunk, I think. So I should basically stand over here. I do want to put the amount of landfill I have on here, I suppose. 130 megabytes per save now, man. Alright. So I should switch armor. I have the wrong armor. Now I'm pretty defenseless if I get chased by anything fast. But I can place a whopping 4 of these at the same time. Covering a 3 by 3 chunk area, apparently. Approximately. So I guess we'll have to make a 6 or 7 wide border with these chunks. I'm just gonna mark all 4 corners like this. Okay, this one is on the lake. Alright, so now I should be able to see that not only on the minimap, but also 4 kilometers. I may have overdone this a little. So I gotta stay on this line, basically. Just walk this way and keep on placing the landfill. Oh yeah, we're gonna pick up a lot of copper and iron. The bacteria. So I guess if we need anything still later in the planet, we should be okay. Alright, I want to walk faster, but my bots are this slow anyway, so I don't really see the point. I am shift clicking because landfill is not always placeable if something is in the way for some reason. (2011) everywhere except the 2 first. That's not everywhere. That's like half of the tiles. Probably should wait for my bots. I do have the fission reactors though. So maybe I don't need to worry that much. So yeah, these tiny spots of landfill should make it so that the biters won't be able to find a spot to settle their bases. I'm gonna do the first loop zoomed out a bit, because we might walk into a biter expansion like that guy over there. I don't think that's probably not an expansion. You can already see it doesn't work that the expansion chunks go away. They will go away if you fill. I think if it's worked the same as on Novice, except if there's less than 100 water tiles in the chunk, it will not be eligible for expansion of the swampland, I should say. I think the deep water is also not eligible, but that shallow water there should be more than 100 tiles, so you can just fully landfill it and just delete the expansion circle altogether. We do have an expansion here for sure. There's these guys. Those have just popped up here. And they are settling in an adjacent chunk, interestingly. So yeah, they already didn't find anything in this chunk over here. There's hardly anything to place there as well. But they did find space in an adjacent chunk. So we should go the 7 chunk expansion distance plus 2 more chunks because of this behavior, I suppose. So that's a 9 chunk wide border. And then I suppose at least 1 more for good measure, just in case I'm doing something wrong or there are other mechanics I'm unaware of. We'll see how it goes. For now, we have the very interesting task ahead of us of walking thrice around the map. Walk 3 times around, then do a little dance, and the magic force field shall be completed. It is good I can place 2 of these stamps in one time though, with this giant armor. If I didn't have this giant armor, we would have need to make at least 6 loops. Do I really need to shift click? Or that's just normal click. Okay, so that's normal click. Let's shift click as well. Okay, nothing flies out. One more time. Normal click. Shift click. Okay, now something does fly out. Hey. What am I doing? Am I on the wrong line? I don't think so. But that guy should not be there. I guess we can leave it there. Let's leave it there. That's the closest one. It isn't this chunk though, it's not in our chunk. So the expansion distance is this far, not this far. Alright, let's check then. 1. That's hard to see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I think 6 stamps should be enough then. That goes this far. Man, this is pretty hard to see. I think I'm standing on the correct line. 2074. This is 2111. Yeah, I think we're good. Small nests don't spawn. I think they do spawn the regulars sometimes. Maybe only if they're being polluted, I don't know. But the Factoriopedia at least says they can spawn enemies. Spawned enemies, they can spawn the regulars. Maybe it's only when they get destroyed. I should focus on the task at hand because it's very easy to get sidetracked during this task. Cargo size almost complete. I'm sidetracking myself again. Alright, we have some stuff to pick up. Let's check the ships. I changed the schedule so they basically always wait 10 minutes. So that should keep both of these at different planets all the time. This far in 600 seconds. And this far in 600 seconds. So that should lead to a more balanced loading and unloading. We can take a look how that goes after a bit. Let's at least try to complete one edge before I sidetrack myself into doing something else completely. I think I should switch off the expansion chunks actually now. Small ones do spawn. Yeah, I thought so as well. I think I already saw it as well. What does the title mean? It's basically this. This is a hidden wall. A magic invisible force field which should keep the expansions from ever going inwards. This is a nice stream and it's going to be a nice ASMR stream to enjoy the Gleban landscapes. You know what, we don't need that giant interface anymore then either. Let's just change it back to something more plausible, less jarring. Because I think Gleba is the most beautiful planet out of the 4 new ones. 3? I've only been to 3. Aquila was there as well. I think Gleba looks it has the most peaceful outlook and the most peaceful soundtrack as well. Hey Vita, thanks for ruining the wonderful, peaceful Gleban soundtrack with the stuff of destruction, the sound of destruction. Thanks for the 100 bits. Hello. Yeah, landfill, we can deconstruct it again as well. But we don't want to, obviously. It's not only... Oh, We are walking into the area where enemies might still be. Let's try to keep it zoomed out. I think I don't really need to wait for my bots. I think we are picking up iron and copper faster than we are spending landfill. Okay, there's the edge. A stomper corner. The inventory is gonna smell for these. I wonder if I should use the speed up function for this section of the playthrough, because this is gonna get old real fast. Let's do at least one edge. 1/12 of the total at normal speed. I could still speed up to 2.5 times game speed, I think. Boy, there's a lot of copper. Alright, depending on how this goes, I hope it should take it feels like it takes forever already. But that's just because of the nature of the task. Just wildly flinging around a green blueprint. Everything is green on this planet, man. The planet is green, the construction area is green, the outline for the blueprint is green. Probably could have been a little bit more contrast there. I did deconstruct the Johnny's pipes over here, I think. Those ghosts would have interfered with the bots over here. Basically just a never-ending... Those pipe ghosts would be in the queue task for things to do for bots. And the more things there are in the queue, the longer the list is and the bots react slower and slower. I mean, I guess it's the most hospitable planet, except not for us. It was never specified that it would be hospitable for us. Alright, 200 meters, and we have walked the first 4 kilometers. We're gonna walk a lot of distance today, aren't we? 4 kilometers per edge, 12 times. We're gonna be walking 48 kilometers in Factorio today. At least. So this is our first ultra marathon. But then in Factorio we have reached the edge. 2112. Alright. So as you can see, the wall is now up. There's no way any biters are getting through this wall. It is very subtle. But these tiny spots of landfill, wherever there is no land, because here is land, you cannot place landfill, that is already blocked then. But that should keep everything at bay. How much landfill did we spend? We brought 6k, we've got 5.5k left. Alright, so that looks like I massively overproduced landfill. Even worse than artillery shells. Oh well. Right. First edge done. Edge done. Loop 1 of 3, I suppose then. Let's have a quick little look on what the rest of the place is doing. How is oil? Oil was 75.88 last time we checked. It's probably still going down. 71. 71.57. We should be good. because the next technology on the list is cliff explosives. I've decided to put cliff explosives to the front. I'm not sure we're gonna need it for Gleba, but we're definitely gonna be using it on Fulgora for the signs there. Not as much for the signs, but for all the trains. The train system is pretty inflexible. You wouldn't think so with the elevated rails, but it's pretty inflexible on Fulgora with the heavy oil oceans everywhere and the giant ramps. And we need to somehow squeeze 24 trains or so on one single landmass. So we're gonna need those. This is only orange signs, no purple signs. So purple signs production will stop. That means we'll stop exporting a boatload of plastics to Vulcanus, which now is currently happening. All of this is moving pretty fast. We're using 4.2k plastics a minute at least. So that will stop plastic production. The purple science chests, they should be almost full. Since we are producing at the same rate as we are consuming, the chests will basically always remain full. These are also pretty full. Those are still being produced. I accidentally stopped producing those and researched an orange tech at some point, so now this planet is going at maximum rate. Even having some nighttime troubles. And I think that's because of I forgot to put normal assemblers black for rocket fuel. So now these use like 50 megawatts or so when they are producing. Is that impacting signs per minute figures? Not really, apparently. Alright, so that's fine then. We don't need to worry about it. Yeah, the plastic loading is still quite a mess. 2000 plastics per rocket. Still running the full 1800 science packs a minute. For 10 hours straight now. Almost 50 actually. Were it not for these dips over here, perhaps here as well. I think the other resources should be fairly good. It's only oil, but oil should start going up again once we stop producing purple signs. We'll stop shipping as much plastics. Hopefully the oil tanks are going up again. Let's check the new oil fields. Well, new. $55, $65, $75, $100. Just looking if those numbers will change. I don't think those numbers will change anymore. 5. This should go down to 543. It's already at 542. So I think this one is already at infinite production as well. Those were the two new oil fields, I think. This one is now 723. It might be at minimum already as well. So all of our oil fields are at minimum then. It should be a flat line. Yeah, I think we hit rock bottom already 10 hours ago. And then we researched mining productivity 3. So this is basically infinite production already, 65,000. We're using 77, we're almost there then. Except of course, we are not producing yellow signs at 2k SPM, but only at 500 or something. So that's gonna require another rebuild at some point, but we'll see how that goes in due time. Coal is good, 6.4 million. 3.1, and I'm not even gonna check copper and whatnot, because those are basically infinite now. Not truly infinite, but practically for the next 200 hours that's gonna be good. Right, I've procrastinated myself enough, so do I reload? Yes. Because of the expansions here. Thanks Steak Cake for the Prime subscription. Good name, by the way. Right, we are going up. I think I'm gonna go 1.5 times speed for this part. So let's put the FPS up there. 90 FPS. UPS, FPS. Feels a lot nicer already. Without being overwhelmingly fast, that I walk myself into a behemoth stomper. I hope I can make it all the way around without my inventory filling up with all that copper and iron stuff. So tiny spots of landfill. Really weird that it is supposed to be doing the job. At least this is now more friendly. In terms of orientation, you can actually see something when we are doing the vertical parts. Looks like we're actually gonna go over some water soon. No, not really, but there might be some enemies, so let's zoom it out a little. Okay, there are definitely some enemies there. They're far enough away that they shouldn't trigger on me. Don't randomly decide to walk this way. We're going at 1.5 times game speed as well, so my reaction time is gonna be slow. That guy is just a chunk. The size of a chunk, man. This is a chunk. Cannot get over how big those guys are. Look at that. He's like spelling across the entire chunk with ease. I'm just gonna go ahead. I'm feeling a little bit uneasy over there. Yeah, this playthrough involves a lot of walking, mid-game. Late game, hopefully not anymore, but for now we are still in marathon mode. Getting nighttime again. Almost wish I had cliff explosives already. I didn't really put a lot of thought into how much landfill I was gonna produce. So I would just be mining my starter patches at whatever rate I could manage. It's not visible because it's night. Very cinematic. And just go with it. You need landfill as well for that overgrowth soil or sand or whatever. And I don't think there's another purpose for stone on Gleba over here. What can you actually do with stone in general? Rails, bricks, landfill, foundation. That's not gonna happen anytime soon. And fill gore and stuff in stone furnaces. The landfill is then used in the Gleba and stuff, so we need that anyway. Bricks are then used in furnaces, which we are shipping in. Refineries, lightning rods, concrete. Concrete is used in reactors, heating towers. We might need some of that concrete then. Rocket silo, landing pad. And elevated railway. I don't really see... Where are you going? Okay. I don't really see anything which we will be producing a lot of on Gleba. Which involves like a lot of stone. Okay, we're gonna cross a lake now. It's gonna be a bit tricky, I suppose. Okay, we can just about reach those spots there. And if those guys no longer exist, we can put these down from the other side for sure. Change into the other... Oh, that speed. I'm used to this speed now, man. That is so slow. Okay, those are not all gone. I think there are still some nests over there. Try to keep the green overlay away. Alright, these dry spots have hardly anything. Only one piece of landfill. Okay, halfway down this edge. Not too bad. Turned all of Gleba stone into landfill and concrete for all the planets. There's actually a lot of stone on Gleba, is there not? And we can actually check what is on the planet. Let's do this. If we would deconstruct every single rock, we would get 1.4 million spoilage, 900k wood. We would get like 1 million copper and iron, 250,000 stone just from the rocks, 150k of the fruits, and then all of the stuff I built. Most notably 144 raiders. Gleba as a standalone game I would really like. I think there's a mod which is called like Any Planet Start or something. You can start on any planet and the game like shuffles around some technologies so that you can actually do all of the things you need to do without starting on Novice and getting the usual Novisian prerequisites, I believe. So that I would recommend that one for starting on like treating any planet as the base game. I forgot to put the solar panels in the corner. Yeah, that is correct. I will keep on forgetting that probably as well. This area is completely... I do want to see the expansion chunks. That's interesting. So these areas aren't even expansion chunks. So I guess I technically could skip putting down the landfill here. But we're not going to. We're just gonna put it everywhere. Alright, another ocean slash lake. I think we're just gonna go straight through that. How big is my deconstruction stick? If I stand over here, okay, this is still exactly deconstructible. I'll just stick myself across the lake like this. Alright, and we made it off. That's actually probably the fastest way to get over the water. Alright, 3/4 of this edge is done. The spacing, yeah, stompers can walk across that and the strafers as well. I tried walling off the nests on Gleba in a test. And they could like, the biggest guys could like jump over a like 30 to 35 tile wall or something. It's been a while, I don't exactly remember the numbers. But they have a huge stepping span. They have no, they could walk over a grid. A quarter the size, I suppose. If from every 4 there was only 1 landfill spot, they would still be able to walk there. Getting hard to see even for me like this. I should be able to just stand at the intersection and circle them out like that every time. I think the next loops we can do a lot safer. That's an expansion for sure. Those guys weren't there. Were they? Or did I just forget to take them out? This guy was an expansion already. We did see this expansion in action. I think I just want to try and place my area as far out as I can. Put a marker there. We're pretty close to the edge as well. Alright, so I want to take out those guys. I have a couple shells. Currently they have 3,700 health. That's three artillery shells. I need to be able to walk there. I think I can probably safely put my turrets here. Oh yeah, that's well within range. Oh, and for those guys as well already. So we can kill 2 nests with 1 stone. There's cargo size. I pretend that this is not a chicken save by naming it Start Research of Cliff Explosives, very important. Well, I don't have inventory space. This was a mistake. Guess we're gonna spend the shells at least. Probably wanna switch for my fast armor. Oh. Get out of here. That was a good call, switching for the fast armor. Oh, we are still on 1.5 times game speed as well. Oops. Oh, there's one more base there. An aircraft. 700 health. That's still a one shot. I think. Yeah, alright. Expansion chunk's gone again. I can hopefully make it to the marker I just made. And just pretend nothing happened. I do need my other armor again, so hopefully I don't get tagged. Oh, this is a bad idea. They can definitely follow me onto here. If for any reason they decide to come this way, I'm literally trapped on a one-tile strip of landfill. I think though we made it to the corner. That is my corner. Alright, second edge complete. And there is a lot of guys not even explored yet, but visible on the edge of my screen nonetheless. Crossing water for editing mic, I suppose. 8 blue bells of each sign is a bad idea on nuclear power. Yeah, you can't put pictures in save game names. I usually don't do it because it takes too much time and I keep all saves. But if you just play on the same save, then it's pretty nice. I love those bot patterns, man. We can have another one of those. Oh, come on. Oh, there he goes. Nice. Alright, looks like we made it to land. And we've got an expansion going on right here. There are the expanders. They are literally expanding where I just placed my landfill. Also on the very edge over here. I'm just gonna speed up time and just see what's happening. There you can see. Ooh. Okay, I thought it would take a lot of time, but they are forming the nest quite quickly. I guess we're gonna leave those be as well. They also did not form a nest on my side just yet, at least. So it is not that they cannot form nests when they're already expanding. They can. One of these guys still could plop a nest down here, but the basis of this is they won't be able to, when they decide to leave from the nest where the expansion is gathering, they won't be able to find a place to walk to. That is how it works. So they won't be able to find a suitable place to put their nest, like this one. You can see it still physically can spawn there if they're already expanding. But Yeah, it's actually pretty cool to have one so close by on the edge. Pretty sizable one as well. Yeah, the point is they won't walk here at all, and they will just not expand, just like we're doing on Novi's. Alright, we can go back to 90 UPS. You can see now there's still only one nest. Maybe we can just watch it live. Ooh, maybe not. It might happen. You can see they just walk across this area. Let's have it on in the background. Okay, third nest. 2 more strafers. Alright. 4th nest, alright. We'll see how it goes. The good thing is these circles or squares, I suppose, they will get smaller. The next one will be slightly smaller than this one. I guess not a great significant effect, but we gotta find the comfort in the little things during a stream like this one. I wanted the red circles out of the radar area so this wouldn't happen. That I would walk myself straight into a biter base. This one we got to eliminate for sure. Can I get close by enough to place my stuff? I think I can. Let's see the bots just casually plop down the landfill. I think we need to do this one more time. So that is my gather point. I'm gonna need more shells to take down those guys. I think we have a problem with the inventory space. I can make more landfill from the stone, but that's about it. Oh, we got another expand. Oh, that was the one we actually put a marker on. So those guys are pretty deep in my territory already. That's an entire raider range. Those have got to go as well. It would be interesting to keep one base in my area. I probably should not keep one base in my area. We need more shells. I cannot carry him. Yeah, that's not great. Don't want to walk all the way back. Maybe just manually request like 30 shells. Those should be able to fall in one go. Let's make the stone into landfill. Where am I gonna stay? I guess I'll first take out these guys. So that's gonna take another 30 shells as well. Sometimes I see a small red dot on the map, but then there's nothing there. Now it's gone. Right, important stuff, right? Alright, that'll shoot the first nest comfortably. Let's hope. Oh, it's already gone. Alright, let's go. Bye. Alright, so that expansion is gone. Now we can take out these guys. There's a raider right there. Probably an okay distance. I hope those guys don't decide to go back to this nest over here. Alright. That takes care of that entire nest apparently. And the expansion circles are green again. So those were already 2 expansions which happened in such a short time. Now I've got way too many shells on me. It'll take a while for those guys to despawn. Not for those guys. We gotta go back to my marker. Did I make a marker? I didn't make a marker. (21, 27, 21, 12). So this is the edge. This is already placed. Okay, I did place a marker. Those eggs could hatch at any one moment, I suppose. And those guys are now faster than me. So we're not gonna linger around too much. Space exploration and base in concrete with 3 patches of stone. In space explorations, landfill also costs... landfill. Concrete, right, concrete. Concrete is pretty... cheap. I say like I ever use concrete to cover my base. I don't think I've ever covered a base in concrete in my entire Factorio career so far. We're gonna be out of inventory space right now. Yeah. Right, that's a problem. Looks like we're gonna be shooting our base because we need to get rid of artillery shells or something. Probably should do that in an area where I've already placed some stuff. Alright, I'm gonna go a little bit closer. That is why I have these spaces reserved for my stuff. So this is just to waste some shells. Oh god. Whoa, 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 whoa. Run away. I have my slow armor on. Is he after me? I think he's after me. And I still had the game speed on. The too high setting. Okay, that could have ended badly. That's my edge chunk. Okay, this landfill is already placed, so we already were here. Okay, so that's good then. We can continue. We got an expansion here already as well. We cleared out that corner for sure. So it looks like I need to bring less landfill so I can pick up more stuff for the next 2 loops. Just hope I manage to finish this. It should be pretty easy to find out if I missed any spot later on with the ghost deconstruction planner. I just delete these expansion chunks for fun. Let's go back to normal game speed this time. Right. Inventory management. Have you ever managed your inventory by shooting artillery shells? 90 UPS again, yeah, let's go. For the other 2 circles we can just go 120 UPS or perhaps even as much as it will go. Which means 150 or so, 140, 150. If I don't zoom in too much, zoom out too much. Single base there as well, but now I'm out of shells. Keep going. I think I'll have to go back at some point to clear the inventory. That's a lot of iron and copper. Just imagine if I was completely landfilling every tile. That would be horrible. I probably would have had to fight the Gleban enemies in a fair and honest way. Because landfilling absolutely every tile would have been too much, I think. Okay, this expansion never happened. Clearing the inventory can be done with artillery in wooden boxes. I'm not gonna destroy my iron and copper. I'm not gonna make any on Gleba, so this is all we're gonna get ever. Alright, let's zoom out. We should be able to see some wildlife. It's gonna be another one of those go across points. It's probably a better one than the last save, so better crossing water. We got some scenery this time. Ooh, yeah, they definitely can. They definitely can step. They can step twice the distance there. Look at that. Yeah, that is not great. Yeah, slightly scary actually to watch. Why is always a couple ones which are delayed so much? Oh, we are running straight into that expansion. Right, I had the mic on mute, sorry about that. Bingo square. We need exactly 9 shells for this nest. There's 2 of those big ones which require 3 shells and then 3 small ones. So let's see it. Alright, and everything should be empty. Maybe we had some collateral damage in there. I need to get out of here with my slow walking speed. Thanks Dalek12 for the second month subscription, thanks. One landfill still there. It's nice that this entire area is vacated now. I guess there's one guy. One landfill still there. I don't see it. It might have been already longer ago. This is the minimum amount of placement though, so technically we don't need to worry about it. Deeper. Oh yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Gotta have a marker on that one. We'll pick it up on the second loop. Okay, back to 90 UPS. The faster we do it, the less expansions there will be to deal with. So... okay, I'm gonna go back to 60 UPS here. We're at the corner. Reaching third corner. Okay, on the way down, it doesn't look like we're gonna run into anything for this moment. Down is the most dangerous direction in Factorio though. But we're gonna try to speed through this a bit. How sick does this landfill need to be? There's 6 of these blueprint placements, maybe 7, but probably 6. I think it would be good to have a 10 chunk band of this landfill in place. The expansion distance is 7 chunks, but an expansion can happen like 1 chunk out. Like in a neighboring chunk, this chunk can get selected, the expansion can happen here, and a biter base can then plop from this group into yet another neighboring chunk. So that's already 9 chunks where what you're looking at. Then I'm probably not thinking of every eventuality, so we're gonna go 1 chunk extra just in case. But this is already 3.5 chunks, so 3 bands of those should be 10.5 chunks, which should be sufficient. Okay, inventory space still looking okay. Alright, we do have some guys. Are those just standing there, or is there a nest? I can place this from over here. Cannot even see if that's a nest. Oh, there are nests. Alright, that's an expansion as well then. And those guys are also exactly outside of the border. Where are you going? So... if I can sneakily place this, I should also be able to leave those in place. Three of those circles. Yeah, we're gonna be running a Factorio Ultra Marathon today. I think it's about 50k for the engineer, and in full armor as well. I guess it's a mech armor, so maybe it's cheating. There was a lot of stuff popping in my inventory there. I really hope we can make it to the last corner. And then the other 2 loops will do at 2 or 2.5 times speed to move it along. Almost nothing flying out here, all dry land. There's no expansion circles even, so not too surprising that we're not placing anything. Let's wait for the bots. Okay, this expansion clearly never happened either. Okay. We are like 7/8 of the first loop around. Then I'm gonna grab myself some coffee. We're still running at science is still okay. I'm gonna just look after I complete the loop again. We don't get sidetracked on this channel. Okay, this is a fairly dry area here apparently. There is no expansion chunks, no water, no landfill to place. This area already is a wall in terms of those expansion things. Let's go in here. Okay, there's probably a biter base right here. These are the furthest expansion chunks for... What is the idea behind expansion prevention? It's a long game. So if I don't prevent expansions, they will happen. They will just expand all the way back into the base. And then they will attack me and I won't have any defenses. And I know the rule is no base defense, but I'm honestly not even sure I could defend against behemoth stompers attacking my base with the level of technology I have right now. I have no Tesla turrets or anything good really, no damage upgrades, and those guys have 30,000 hit points and they don't use up a lot of time to destroy stuff, including me. Obsolete Alien says it a lot more concise than I ever could. What's the idea behind expansion prevention? To prevent expansions. Yeah, that kind of sums it up. People were complaining about that I was just wasting time doing boring tasks in the last stream. Well, I hope they are not here today. Because now we're doing a repetitive thing and we're not even blowing up biters in the process. Stompers, I should say stompers. And strafers. I mean, they got those Gleban enemies, they kinda have like pretty genius battle tactics, but then they chose so stupid names, so they immediately give away what they're actually doing. The stompers are stomping you and the strafers are circle strafing to win. A little bit lacking there. We're gonna make it 300 meters. Oh no, don't deconstruct all those copper rocks now. I just said we were gonna make it with the inventory space I have. Alright, so I need to take less landfill. Actually, I spent 3.5k. Maybe the first edge was also pretty dry compared to what we've been doing. Okay, we're almost there. Almost there. Right, another copper rock. Okay, we're there. First loop complete. Heck yeah. That's the obvious first wall. complete. Actually, you can see it only pretty clear in the area where the biters were not going to expand anyway. But this pattern should keep expansions from happening. Of course not yet, because if this chunk gets selected, they can just pathfind straight over that. But once we got the entire band closed, then the expansion circles will never be able to go deep enough for the biters to find a spot to land on. That is the idea. Let's have a quick look. Let's first have a quick look at the spaceships. This guy just started flying to Vulcanus. Hopefully that means this guy just started flying to Novis. Alright, they are in sync now, so that's good. Right, we got purple signs on board. I guess purple signs production should have stopped by now, since we are already a little bit quite deep into... Yeah, it's idle. Quite deep into researching an orange tech. That's good. That means plastic consumption on this planet is way down. We're only really using it to make rocket parts now. Whenever we are launching up... We are not even making rocket parts now because of the ships being on a voyage. So the launching has been interrupted. We will still be making orange signs and temporarily sticking it in these chests until the ship arrives, and then we're feeding it out at double speed again. So that's good. So this was plastic consumption 4.5k minute before, and now it's like 600. Of course, the spaceships will still be loaded. We might be at a low point for oil now. 64.04. Still going down. What else do we have to look at? Not much, really. I mean, Novis, there should not be much happening. We're starting to get way too many uncommon circuits though. I am already eating up these, but what can I do with these? I guess making substations would be a pretty good way to upcycle red chips and steel. Copper cable we've got plenty of as well. Yeah, it's getting a bit out of hand. I had envisioned to upgrade to a true 2K SPM for yellow signs pretty early as well, but I think Gleba is going to have priority and Fulgora is going to have priority, so this quality mechanic stuff still will be going on for quite a while. I think yellow signs is going to be the last one to get up to speed. We also have the expansion system, the anti-expansion system on Novis still working pretty well. That is the reason we don't have a sea of expansions outside the base, even though we've got quite a couple. There is still some walkable area between. We're just keeping regular steel within limits as well. Should I really change something right now? Got 500,000 blue chips. 37k rare ones. That's going to be useful for making all the Mark III speed modules though. And there might be some other stuff which could use that later on. I think I will just leave it running as it is. We need to go back to the center of the map with the other armor, thank you very much. I forgot some stuff. I forgot to take one piece of landfill there, I think that's all. Alright, so what did we learn? We need a bit more space for artillery shells. I used 3,500 landfill. The entire... No, it's not visible. We need to wait. The 00 is this arrow. Yeah, the circles here are still... They are gonna not disappear. The circles are gonna stay. But this works different than on Norvis. So on Norvis, from the expansion chunk, they're only looking at 8 or like a 17 chunks square around the expansion chunk for any active biter bases to send an expansion from. Here we don't have that. Here we have a location to send an expansion from. The landfill pattern is just interfering with the biters determining a location to settle the base. They cannot find a free area large enough to settle the base. Okay, spoilage as well. I guess we are not using that. I'm just not gonna think about it. That can go into spoilage as well. For some reason I took this stuff. So I want to take my artillery shells, throw them in there for now. I used 3.5k landfill. I guess if I bring 4k, we should be golden. There can be a bit... This circle or square is going to be smaller. But of course there can be a bit of variance in how much water there is. So I'm just going to take this much. And then we have all of this space for artillery shells and... whatever. Just going to put spoilage there. Because stuff is going to spoil. Okay, we made a little bit too much landfill. Still 39k left. Yeah, I think I don't really have much else to postpone going for the second loop, so here we go. Smelt yours. Maybe later. I want to get this anti-expansion field closed as soon as possible, because then we also can actually start testing it. If we see a single expansion coming into the radared area, that means it's not working. And then we can start step 2, which is panic and get our bottoms off of this planet. And then we'll need to install a mod to perform an actual orbital strike instead of the pseudo-orbital strike we have done so far. I can build base on the lake with all the landfill. I still need to get the fruits though, so that's not gonna work. So we're already almost at the edge apparently, or we already got expanded on. No. Alright, we gotta make some new markers. Let me out. Alright, so this was the first intersection. Let's go with the other armor. This we did. So that's up until that point. So now our center point becomes this. 1959. I'm gonna delete the other 4 corners. Maybe I should first place the 1959ers everywhere. So we have new corners. 1959. Whoop. Somewhere around here. Over here then, I guess. 1960. Alright. Alright, so the trick is just to find this point. Right? And that's not correct. That one. And then we'll get rid of the 21s. Except this thing, which we should pick up. It is nighttime, so we can actually use the ghost busters to see if there's anything we didn't place. If we put a landfill up for construction but didn't place it, it would be visible in this list. Let's actually try that. If it works like I think I do. So now there should be a single landfill in there. It's actually not. Alright. I think that's because landfill is a tile. Okay, so now there should be a single one in there. Hopefully I can get this. Okay, that is not the right one. Can I even do this then? Tile ghost. I probably should use tile ghost. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. And equality, and now I'm actually too late. To test it because it's light. Alright. So be it. I don't have bioflux, so let's put it there. Okay, we got the 4 corners. This time we'll speed it up. You should automate homework. Yeah. Don't think too long about that, because you might actually be able to. There's a lot of things you can automate these days. Let's grab some coffee. Yeah, the shallow water is where they can make expansions. That's why it's not a full field of expansion chunks like it is on Novice. So you can do this on Novice too, except with pipes instead of landfill. It is the boring way to do it, as you can see from this stream. Right. Will not waste the time. We're gonna speed through, I said. Alright, so let's see. Maximum game speed. And we should have almost zero risk of running into any enemies this way. It's almost like I already researched some infinite bot speed upgrades. Because here there's just nothing to place. Alright, this is too fast. We'll go double speed. I have problems controlling. Can I just walk over this lake? No. I have trouble controlling the character at this blistering speed. Gotta wait for the copperol. Coffee is a great idea, yep. You should be able to grow coffee on Gleba. I haven't played the, like... I read about the variant where there were like 13 different types of trees, which you all needed to make signs on Gleba before they reduced it to 2. I wonder if one of those was coffee. I like how from the Space Age soundtrack, it's almost like a concept album where the entire team, even the different teams from the different planets, can be found like as a less noticeable instrument in tracks from on other planets. Oh, I already heard the Fulgora, the that background in one of the Gleben tracks. And this sounds a little bit with the mixed with Aquilo. Maybe it's one of those interlude. Yeah, it's one of those variable soundtracks with which are generated from a couple pre-existing tracks. Pretty interesting. Nothing here. I can zoom in a little bit more, I suppose. Pretty hard to find the best looking zoom level. I think it's going to be this one. You can see what's happening a bit. 1.7k. Doesn't feel like it's going faster. It's probably going faster. But it doesn't feel like it. Alright. So what are we gonna do after we complete? Let's try thinking about that. Instead of just mindlessly placing this, we have some time to think, perhaps. What are we gonna do after this is done? Technically that completes the clearing, the scouring of Gleba. Once we have this in place. So what is the next step? I think the next step is actually setting up signs on Gleba, which means we are going to get off of this planet. And we need to bring in everything that we need to make signs over here. And I'm going to try out of principle now to not make a single piece of... I'm not going to use automated copper and iron on Gleba at all. I know I can do rocket fuel from that biofuel stuff without using... without using iron and copper. Apparently I can pipette tool flying construction bots for some reason. Alright, At least we're getting a move on now. We are speeding up. .200 meters and the first edge is already complete. You get a bit of wavy UPS stuff. I think the bots, commanding the bots is a part of that stuff. We haven't seen any expansion circles going in too deep. That's the first. I don't see any point in making all these saves really. Already. Okay, we have picked up a lot more garbage than on the first run, that's for sure. Peak of mixing music is on Aquilo. Yeah, that does make sense, doesn't it? I'm not too familiar with the Aquilo tracks just yet, since we haven't spent any time on that planet. I did use the mix all tracks like mod earlier in the playthrough before we went away to all the planets. I do know a couple tracks, but I don't really have a good grasp of the entire Aquilo soundtrack just yet. But there are definitely some nice dramatic tracks in there which also fit well under the edit. Okay, yeah, we should be pretty safe now, so... Don't forget that landfill. Get off that landfill. Did I forget some landfill somewhere? Please let me know. I'm gonna pick up that one tile in the north. That's still in the back of my mind. It probably will disappear out of my mind right about when we get around this area, because it's right over here. And we can see we are walking next to the radar chunk as a reference as well, so... I have a feeling we might not have enough landfill. We're placing so much more. We're picking up a lot of more garbage as well. What kind of dark magic are we doing? This, basically. We have a nice blueprint with a 16 tile landfill pattern. 14 tiles between. No, a 14 tile grid, I should say. The 14 tile is the critical one. Okay, we're here again. I think we're just gonna run around. So these spots will hopefully discourage the enemies from settling here. They will be able to form expansion groups, but when they start looking for a location, they will not be able to find a watery area large enough for them to think they can settle there. That is the idea behind this pattern. It's pretty invisible really compared to the stuff we had to go through on Novis. And we're even doing it magically at 2 times game speed. Because this is probably the most boring part since the early warfare on Novis and the pipe laying and all that kind of shenanigans I don't even want to think about anymore. That's behind us now. Except on Gleba it's not. Okay, another leak. I'm gonna try to get around there. No! I'm faster than my bots. I'm not faster than my bots. I'm faster in a straight line. Alright, we cannot get far enough. Alright, nice pattern. How is it determined that 14 tile works? I tested it a little bit. I think this was the spacing you need on Novice for the pipes, and I just copied that and then I let it run for a while. Not a statistically like certain while though, so it might not work. We have a plan B. Plan B is world peace. Ultimate Death World Challenge style world peace. That's going to be a bit harder though to pull off on this planet, and definitely more time consuming. This is another one of those why can I pipette to all construction bots? Yeah, 9 chunks should be deep enough. The expansion distance is 7 chunks, but then they often settle in an adjacent chunk instead. They look in adjacent chunks too. That's the reason this grid on the lake on Novice has this can I see something? Has this 3x3 pattern, because if this chunk gets selected, they will find space to settle in an adjacent chunk, which has all the landfill on top. Alright, we have reached the second corner. I guess I'll make a save. I should make it a little bit before I arrive if I want to film it. Halfway second loop. I guess I'll just skip to the third loop for filming purposes. There's not really much interesting stuff happening anymore. Let's take a look if there's any expansion chunks. Okay, there are expansion chunks down here still. We don't really see any red chunks anymore. So we haven't gotten any new expansions close by enough to matter. We have a couple ones of those where there are nests like right upon our border. I guess we'll keep them there because those nests will still happen. So we might as well start testing with those nests existing sooner rather than later. My inventory is absolutely full. What the heck? How did it get so full? I might have to spend my artillery shells just to make space. The right side was pretty dry though, so we still have a chance that we can get out of there. There's an expansion right here as well. We need to hurry up with this stuff, man. I forgot, it is not daytime now. We need to do the ghost deconstruction thing. One landfill I already put on the lake somewhere. The next time when it's daytime, we'll try to check if we missed anything. Holy macaroni. I guess we can make... Okay, we got the expansion chunk blinking here now. That is inner area, that should not happen. No. This one should not be able to happen unless they settle right here. That is a possibility. I'm gonna spend my artillery shells, man. Make landfill. I'm not sure there's gonna be enough bases around here. Let's at least make it a scenic one. Oh, that's all? Yeah, that's disappointing. It is a little bit troublesome. Oh, the radar is too close for sure. They're gonna destroy that, so let's pick it up. We can place it back once they lose their aggro status. I don't think we'll be needing these shells anymore. Maybe I want to change my armor. There's just nothing here. Don't want to go there. I think these guys are no longer angry. Or like they probably are angry, but they no longer are looking for anything nearby to destroy now. I could take that guy. I got a rocket launcher. Ow. Ow. I want more. Oh yeah, and then they break into those guys. Flamethrower time. Okay, when you don't have fire upgrades, you can walk through your own flamethrower fire without instantly dying. That's nice, at least. Alright, that didn't really achieve the goal of spending my artillery shells though, but I suppose that's what we have right now. Yeah, pockets full of bacteria. It would be kinda okay to clear a little bit of this edge from expansion circles completely, so we can see if expansions are actually happening out here. Then they will slowly come back. So yeah, let's use that as an excuse. to wipe out this edge. This base, and then basically the entire north side from lake to lake is clean. That would be a good test. Okay, that's already close by enough apparently. I don't have that many shells, so probably don't need to worry about. Of course, there's gotta be one base somewhere which has a circle here still. At least we were not close by a radar this time. I'm gonna guess this targets it. Alright, that's perfect. Let's go. 7 shells left for whatever is over here. Back to 2 times speed for now. Right, that looks like a fair bit of inventory space again. It is daytime. Just say it's only one, please, 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 please. 3, 4. Okay, that's not great. We need a full pattern. I did place one over here. It's good they show up though. Nothing on the southern edge. Nothing on the left edge. Nothing on the right edge. Nothing on the top edge. Was it just two of those which were still being placed right here? Maybe it were. Alright, maybe those were still being placed, and UPS drops to nothing when I select a large amount of land like this. So basically pausing the game. I think there's going to be a large nest here. I'm going to try to... I think that's a singular one. We're gonna pick that one first. I am standing on the correct line. Hey, welcome, Comrain. Finally catching one live. You have won the lottery. This is probably the #1 most interesting stream of the entire series. As you can immediately see, we are on an action-packed adventure to place landfill squares in a grid for 3 loops of 16 kilometers of walking distance each. So yeah, probably the single best stream you could have found yourself catching here. I'll make a salute in your honor. Manual targeting is fairly annoying at this stage. There we go. Salute. That should get rid of these chunks. Yeah, expansion chunks gone. And I didn't check if we were close by any raiders. I think we should be far enough out. It's over there. Let's hope we are far enough out. Okay, that clears these chunks. Gonna keep those 2 chunks in there, then it's fine. There's going to be a large nest. I don't want to request more shells. Okay, I think we've got enough inventory space. Every time I say that, there's like 6 of those iron rocks getting deconstructed. Yeah, I should have just shut up. What are we doing? We are walking the marathon. Yeah, that kind of sums it up. What? We're over halfway. That's the good news. I'm trying to think of more good news, but nothing comes to mind. Yeah, probably cleared far too much land. I agree, but I'm not sure. And I don't know how much I want to scale up, and this is not something like that you want to move later on. I learned that on Norvis when I built the first pipe wall, and then we went to war for a second time with the red ammo, and later I had to not only build a new wall but also remove the old one for the expansion stuff to work optimally, and that is something I don't want to do again. I'm gonna do this once and once only. I think the green background is actually better visibility for bots flying out. Thank you. Hey, Comring. Thanks for immediately subscribing. Thank you. I could set up 6,942. You actually calculated that, didn't you? Okay, we have reached the 3rd corner of the 2nd loop. Saying it like it's a milestone. Inventory is looking okay. This should be fairly dry. There's not a lot of expansion chunks in general, but we'll see how it goes. 1.2k landfill left, so we spent almost 1k landfill per site. I think we placed a lot more landfill on this inner loop than on the first outer loop. Those are the kind of interesting, important details we're discussing at this stage. Even 2 times game speed cannot save us from this one, man. Don't... the landfill... Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna walk back. We're gonna run back at 2 times speed. One of these has got to be the one. It's this one. Oh god, I gotta actually place a strip of landfill in there to go pick that up. There we go. It is done. 1492, this one. Now I'm gonna forget one of these. I can already feel it. Alright. Success. Cliffs. That was probably not the fastest way out. Walking tree chunks around, but that's what happens when you start putting on high game speed. Suddenly start losing a lot of time doing things you wouldn't do at 1 time speed, like walking around a tree chunk cliff like that. Two hours till cliff explosives, or 1 hour till cliff explosives at 2 times game speed. I think we will have this wrapped up before we finish researching cliff explosives. I'm pretty positive. Actually, I think I'm going to get sidetracked right now. I want to see if oil is going up on Novis. Last stand was 64.04, but we have not produced purple signs for a while, so plastic exports should have slowed down to almost nothing. Yes, it's going up again. Alright, so we don't need to return quickly to Novis as long as we're not researching purple signs. So maybe I want to shift laser shooting speed to the front. It is a yellow tech. I did a little bit of rudimentary mathematics. And I think we have enough signs available that we can save up the 1 million we need for biolabs. Let's just check this to be sure. Biolab. Biolab requires 1 million yellow science packs. But we first need to research captivity for 1 million as well. So we're producing another 300k yellow signs during that time. It's basically captivity and then capturing a biter base, and we can immediately start researching biolab. And then every science pack will count twice. We're going to go from 2100 signs per minute to almost 5000, I think, with the biolabs, especially with productivity module Mark III on the same part and only 300k away. And that is why I have this in the queue anyway. I wanna design my setup ideally around lab speed 6, but 500k yellow signs is probably not going to happen. We're probably going to design our biolab setup around lab speed 5. That is purple signs. I've got that at 1800 SPM reliably, continuously, so we can get that. Yellow signs, though, we still need to stock up for some things, like the biolab itself. Also, Aquilo requires yellow signs and advanced asteroid reprocessing. At this point, we probably need a true 1800 SPM yellow sign setup, all productivity modules up instead of quality module like we have now. So that's going to be the end of our quality red and blue chips and basically quality everything income. We're going to get rid of all of this and just build everything with maximum productivity to minimize resource consumption when we go full speed yellow science production. Because right now it's about at 1/4 to 1/3 of what it needs to be to keep up with the other science packs. But yeah, for now it's nice getting all that quality stuff out there, man. I'm looking for quality. No, that doesn't work. Rare. Over 400,000 rare circuits. 60k rare blues. 270k rare reds. 40k rare steel. Not too bad. Overhaul. Alright, sidetrack complete. Let's continue. Yeah, biolabs are that's good. That's the B line right now. We want biolabs to make every science pack count twice. The last tag in the queue, that's a weapon shooting speed 4. I'm not really sure we're gonna get those. But those don't require even blue signs, so those are great tags if we are actually running out of oil to just slot in there. But yeah, I'm not really sure I'm going to be researching those. This soundtrack sounds like Terraria a bit. I think I must disagree. I think Terraria is like... Terraria has possibly got one of the greatest soundtracks in the history of soundtracks. I don't think it ever changed since they released it like all the time ago. And it's a very funky theme, isn't it? Like a lot of slap bass and like funky influences, it sounds to me like. Entirely unlike the soundtrack of Gleba, in my opinion. I think Terraria is probably my second favorite soundtrack of a game. I don't play that many games though, besides Factorio. But the Terraria one is really good. Like across the board. Minecraft has some decent soundtracks as well. There's some pretty good ones, but it also has some pretty bad ones. Especially on the music discs collection. I think RimWorld is also pretty good there. I haven't played any of the expansions. But the base RimWorld game, I don't even know what to call it. It's not really a redneck guitar sound, but it's like some sort of semi-cowboy guitar, American guitar style. I hope I'm not saying anything bad right now. I don't mean to. My knowledge of cultural topics is limited. So excuse me if I do. Yeah, music discs hit and miss, right? I really like the how is it called? I forgot the name. Wet Hands? How much longer to Aquilo? That's a good question. I actually think... sometimes I think, you know, I'll get there this year. And other times I think Fulgora is going to be such a pain in the behind with them forcing you into trains this way without having the foundations technology. I have to go large scale on Fulgora. Before having any of the technologies. I do have cliff explosives, that's at least something, but I don't have the heavy oil ocean landfill thing, or any landfill really. I cannot even fill in any light ocean. I think we almost finished the second loop in the meantime. Yeah, okay, our inventory is good. I got 4 shells left. I guess I'll just place... I will place the turret somewhere decorative at the end. Alright, this is just a save for me. Okay, how much time did elapse between starting the last loop? That's almost an hour of walking, holy moly. 4:47, 24, 4:48, 23, almost exactly 1 hour. But we did most of it sped up, so... Oh god. It's good I just saved. I pressed the E button for confirm. My biggest problem is... I don't know why the Factorio devs didn't think of that, but with the long-handed inserters and stack size 1, I mean, you got a way to stack inserter or something before you get an inserter that has stack size 5. So I don't know what's going on there. At least this guy is even faster than long inserters. So yeah, long inserters with hand size 1 is gonna be... It's gonna be pretty hard to, like, offload trains with scrap at like 1,000 scrap per second. 1,000 scrap per second, that is a lot of offloading with long-handed inserters with stack size, with hand size 1. And the space we need for that is the main problem, since my problem is we cannot connect any land masses, right? So we gotta find a large one and somehow fit, like, I don't know, 20 or something train stations on there. Recycle everything. Recycle away everything that's not needed. And make the signs all on one island, since I cannot really plausibly connect islands. Unless I do, like, mine scrap, bring it to an island, like recycle away the stuff we don't need, then bring the results to the main island. We might have to do something like that. Ideally though, I'm just gonna scout and find a big landmass. Like, you got some of these big landmasses are stuck together. So you might get lucky and find like 2 or 3 big landmasses that connect together. And we can fit the entire base on there, but it's gonna be a thing. It's gonna be a thing for sure. Would you rather be finished by Christmas or never use fast inserters? Yeah, good question. I think I might allow myself to use stack inserters at the end. That way... When are stack inserters unlocked even? They are Gleba, right? Yeah, they're just Gleben. And a million yellow signs, so that's there. Oh, you also, oh no, get the transport belt capacity to go with it. Oh, I mean, technically that's good. I'm not really sure that's what I want for this playthrough though. We'll see how far we can bring it. I think Aquilo is, if we can get like Volgora done, I think Aquilo should be fairly simple. It's all like low volume stuff if I remember correctly. Where is 00? I don't know which arrow I'm following anymore. Okay, I've already overshot it. Alright. Good balance. Good balance. Already full chest of that. So we're starting a new one. Alright, I guess another 4K landfill for the final loop. All stone has run out, except for this one. 7K remaining. Okay, that's almost gone as well. We'll have mined up all 4 starter patches by the time we're back from this one. Should we start in a different corner this time? No, we'll go to the same one. Endgame mega basing in space age, yeah. Legendary is not gonna be on the table. I'm not sure it's gonna be possible to get to the mega base stage in a reasonable time frame, since what I'm doing now is just finishing the game. If you go mega basing, you are kind of forced to go into all the infinite technologies and pretty deep as well. You need a pretty serious level of mining productivity if you want to mega base without your resources constantly running out. And the resource hurdle to get there is just gonna be awful. Like, that's gonna go up really fast. All those infinite technologies. And by the time I get to Megabase, space casinos are not going to be a thing anymore. I've never built one. Maybe I will build one for this playthrough. I don't really like the idea though of... I mean, it's not that I'm against people doing it, but personally I don't like the idea of like reprocessing asteroids endlessly and magically qualitying them up that way. This doesn't really feel right. Alright, so this is the corner. So now we need this corner over here. 1847. Alright, one more. Alright, the 1900s can go. What's this one? Ah, radar. Wait, what? Maybe it's just a marker where I was. Okay, no, we have placed all 144 radars. Alright, final loop. I think. So technically we should not see any expansion chunks on our way. Because if an expansion chunk exceeds to this area, then we need to make another loop for sure. A good start. Nothing is placed, except I wasn't wearing my armor, so no. Stuff is placed. If we go on after winning the game, which I doubt, I've been playing this for almost a year now. Kind of want to move on to something else probably at the end of this. It's not that I'm bored or anything, but it is fun to do some different projects as well. And I don't really want to start anything else while doing this. I'm already having a hard enough time to keep the focus as is. I'm basically doing like 3 different versions of this playthrough in one go, so to say. This is the streaming one. Then I'm 6 months behind with the editing one. Purposefully, that should catch up over time as there is less and less. Every next hour there is less to talk about for the most part. So I started editing quite late. After starting, just so I don't get to the point where we catch up and I don't have episodes to make for like, and they're gonna be like a month or 1.5 months apart or so. So that is what I try to avoid. That's the version 2 where my brains are occupied with that point in the playthrough. And then point 3 is making the timeline, just looking looking like 5 to 10 episodes in the future and just making a general timeline of events that happen, stuff that I don't need to miss. That's the 3rd point in the playthrough where I'm at. And all of those things, all of those points are in my brain's RAM memory at this point. It's not great. Yeah, it's not great. That kind of goes at the cost of sometimes remembering what exactly I was doing in the stream. But worse, it also sometimes takes a lot of time for me to figure out what the heck I was doing in the past. I generally don't watch back my old streams if I can avoid it, because that is just way too much of a time investment. But That's what all the save games are for and the general notes I make. But still, sometimes my notes are just not sufficient, and I... Like, with the electric... Yeah, that got out already. With the electric furnaces, for example. When I first saw I saved up 460,000 red chips, I thought, oh man, I really overproduced those things, man, with basic oil processing. If I just wanted to go for advanced oil processing immediately, I had kind of forgotten about the fact that I also wanted to get the 250,000 science pack costing electric furnaces before actually setting up blue science. That only came back to memory later, so I kind of got that written into the quarrel between editing Mike and script writing Mike, and I don't even know how many mics there are these days. But yeah, it's like doing this, like having 3 different stages of the same playthrough in your mind at the same time, and because the time between is so big, it kind of gets hard to remember sometimes. How does the anti-expansion thing work? Basically, we are placing a landfill tile grid with the grid being 14 tiles apart. That makes it so that when an expansion party forms, they will start looking for a place to expand near the chunk that is selected. But thanks to this pattern, they won't be able to find a spot large enough to actually think they want to go and settle a base there, and they hopefully just shouldn't. That is the hopes and dreams. It's somewhat tested, but not really very rigorously. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Backup plan is World Peace Ultimate Death Will Challenge style, which is possible, but is going to be stupidly time consuming. So hopefully I can postpone that if we need to do that until I've actually got Gleba Science up and running. That might not be the best idea ever. Oh, this is a huge gap. I was wondering if I was on the right path, but I am. Let me copy a stick the size of one of these squares. It's a pretty efficient way to travel across the water. That's probably not going to get picked up all. Okay, this picked up all. Right. I don't even need to do those. There is never going to be expansion chunks on this lake for sure. Alright, we're there. Alright, leave no trace. We left a trace. I'm just looking because I know you're gonna They're gonna annoy me about that if I forget one. Alright. Alright, we got everything. Looks like manually placing unreasonable amount of landfill. At least we got the quality armor with the stupid amount of roboports. Hey, we made it to the first corner already. Even the inventory is not looking too bad. I think the main reason I didn't go for this on Norvis is this is just too boring. If you need to actually place every single tile by hand, and in Norvis it would have to be pipes instead of landfill. That is too much even for me. But with bots doing like 32 to 64 at a time, it's okay. It's okay. We keep telling ourselves, it's okay. One side down, 15 to go. Heck no, this is already side 10 out of 12. We're literally almost done. Right, so this actually ends at this chunk over here. I hope we're done. I think we will be done. We'll complete it and then we'll analyze if it's enough. But my hopes are high. 10.5 chunks should be enough. Spacing is 14 tiles because we did a bunch of research like 6 to 9 months ago on Discord, and there it was discovered that 14 tiles spacing for pipes works on Norvis. So I just copied that and applied it to Gleba, then ran it for like 2 hours in a simulation, didn't get any expansions, and I called it good. So yeah, it's not like a time frame you would bet your life on. It's not statistically it's not a representative sample that it works, but there's got to be some mystery. Like they say in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, it is illegal for things to be 100% certain and predictable, because that would suck all the fun out of life. You have to have a small chance of failure. Alright. I'm such a small dot on this giant landscape. The radars are doing a decent job of already scanning out. We do see that the corners indeed are less scanned. I never placed that second solar panel on the radars, and I probably won't, because I'm not gonna walk another 16 kilometers just to discover land I'll never even need to look at slightly faster, I suppose. It's fine. problem is if I place 1 or 2 of those solar panels now, I will forget about the 3rd and 4th, and then I need to go back because of OCD. I thought we were almost there because I'm closing in on this marker, but there's actually a marker on the side of the screen which is overlain on the minimap. We have 1 more kilometer to go, 1.2. Alright, so now we get into... Hey! Was that already there? Interesting. I think I'm gonna... Maybe I deleted that. I want to know if that was there. Let's save here. Maybe it already fails. Anti-expansion test failed. Let's have a look. Once the first loop was complete. Oh god. This playthrough might have just gotten 2 months longer if I need to do the ultimate Dead World kind of anti-expansion stuff. No! No! They were there. 21 and 11. 21 and 11. First edge done. That was the closest amount of time I think we have before reaching that point. Were they just already there and I didn't even see them? That would be stellar if that could be the case. Don't think that's the case. Minus 11. Somewhere over here. They are not here yet. Oh god, no, 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 that is not good. That is not good. Alright, it is in the chunk. It is exactly in the chunk next to the border though. So it could be that the chunk adjacent got selected and they just popped into the water there. That is definitely possible. Hello scenic shot, which I saved. Thank you, editing Mike. For editing Mike already in the future. Okay, we're not there, here for that, we're here for... Okay, here it already happened. Alright, so what could have happened is this was an expansion party already sent to this location. I'm just gonna think positive. The expansion party was already on the way. We passed with our landfill stuff and then they settled. That is what I'm gonna choose to believe that. We will find out soon enough if that's not the case, I suppose. Also, now we're here. Let's see if those guys can actually cross to over here. I don't think they'll have any problem doing so. I don't have any artillery shells. Really. Look what I find on the ground right here. Oh, it's very lucky that some artillery shells just floated up from the water here. I wonder if they will pathfind. Why did they go? Okay, help. Help. Okay, they are destroying the turrets. They can definitely move around on those things. Alright, I'll do it. That was the behemoth's... Oh, it was a big stomper only. Alright. We will pretend the anti-expansion test is not failed. I refuse to believe. But that is not a great sign. Am I on the correct line? Yeah, okay, I'm standing on the correct spot. No, I don't think I'll need a fourth circle. If we have 10 chunks, then we have included the chance that biters will choose this chunk, or this chunk is selected for expansion over here, this chunk, and they will then actually settle in this chunk, and one of those biter bases will pop outside the chunk into the next chunk. That is 9 chunks deep. And this bench should be 10 chunks deep, so we should be good. Even if that happens, we should be good. Okay, this chunk gets selected, they expand in this chunk, then one of them plops in this chunk over here, then these expansion chunks will expand out to this chunk right here. Alright, and then this chunk can get selected for expansion, which means they will look in an adjacent chunk here, but this is already landfill. That is the edge of my landfill right now. So technically that should be good. There is no space to find in the chunk adjacent to the furthest chunk that can possibly get selected if a nest pops even one chunk deeper into my grid here. I think we should be good. Maybe 11 chunks would be safer, but I'm not going to. I'm gonna call that good. Like we just said, you gotta have a little bit of risk in life. If I can't win the lottery, we can win the anti-lottery. Oh, I think I might have left, yeah, some stuff on the ground there. Alright. How am I walking here? I really don't understand what is walkable and what not. I can probably get there from the other side without having to do the landfill dance. Alright, yeah, that is all. Okay, corner 5, a little bit further. Gotta wait for those iron rocks, bacteria stuff things to get picked up, I suppose. Okay, we are at the corner already. That's pretty deep. So 1 chunk, 2 chunks, 3 chunks, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's 10 chunks. Okay, I'm gonna call that good. I think placing landfill on Gleba might have been the single most important factor in making landfill cost 50 stone per piece instead of 20 like it was in the base game. But if you can do it with just like a coverage of like less than 1%, like I think we're covering 0.6% of all tiles with landfill doing this. 1 in 169 squares. Yes, it's every... The gap is not 14 tiles, it's every 14th tile. Okay, I'm going crazy. Yeah, so there's 13 tiles between. The 14th tile is landfill. So yes, I guess it's 1 in 192 then. Yeah, okay, like 0.5%. Maybe it's 0.5%. I am failing to do mathematics. Not Walter White kind of math. Did you have a bad math trip too? I think I mathed badly as well. This is kind of getting old now. We still have... most of 2 edges to go. I should wait at every point really, so the bots have time to pick up all those bacteria. To notice they are being dropped at least. Alright, we're getting another dry area. Okay, we cleared this entire side from chunks. Only those 2 chunks. Let's place a cross there. So those 2 chunks exist. That is all that exists here. We can see if this fills back up then. In due time. Let's try going 2 times speed again. This should be fairly safe. Zen. I'm starting to feel less zen with all this landfill placing. Starting to get a little old. Oh, we're getting there again, where the inventory is starting to be full. We did one loop per inventory, so that's good, I suppose. We got a lot more stuff out of the ground than that we're placing, that is for sure. Which layer are we on? The last one? Side 3 of 4. Layer like edge 11 out of 12. So we are fairly done. We are on the way towards being done. Alright, one more K. At least we have bots now. Yeah, by hand I wouldn't have done this. No way. That's why Novice isn't looking like this. I mean, I've grinded through a lot in the early game, but hand placing pipes every 14 tile in an orthogonal grid on a 10 chunk range with this speed. In the early game on Novice. No. Just no. I placed like 2 continuous walls by hand, which is a lot less annoying. It also works on quite a different principle. The effect is the same, it blocks expansions, but the way it works is very different. On Novice we rely on the expansion chunks in the border area having such a low chance that they basically never get selected due to the way that the expansion selection chunk mechanism works, or at least how we think it works. Yay, edge 3 of 4. What's left to do is to go down. I suppose we can just throw this in the trash slots and we'll have enough inventory guaranteed. Basically, as far as we know, the game selects 30 of those chunks which have a circle on them at random, no matter the color. And then just the greenest one wins. Out of those 30 chunks, the greenest one wins. So if you make sure the border wall has chunk values which are lower than other red chunks between biter bases, there's practically a 0 chance that one of those border wall chunks gets selected. So these values are lower than these values. That was the idea at least. And then this fake blinking in the base or on these landfill islands will skip actual expansions happening out here. So there are way less expansions here than there should be. And that is the way these values keep being higher than the values in the border wall. So the border wall is never selected, and then the chunks inside cannot get selected due to a different mechanism, which I explained in the videos already a couple times. This works very different. This basically says, okay, the biters, you may select this chunk. You actually can walk to this chunk as well if you like, but you just won't walk to this chunk because you won't find a large enough free area to place bases in. Oh, I'm too far. No, I went the wrong way. What the heck am I doing? I was already on the way down. You know you should walk south now. Yeah, thank you. Okay, there it's placed. Here it's placed. Alright, we're walking south. We're not being dumb. So there are no decoy green expansion chunks here. This is just an expandable distance, but because of this pattern, which is also present in areas where you cannot really see it, they just say, okay, that it is large enough to place a base, obviously, but they have a certain minimum requirement or something. Of space that needs to be free before they actually go there. That's also why you see on Novice, if they select a forested chunk, they don't actually settle in the forested chunk. They'll just go in an adjacent chunk and settle there instead, because they have decided the forested chunk, there is just not enough space to plop down a number of bases. And I would imagine that if they select an entirely forested area, like a 3x3 chunk area that's completely forested, and they select the center chunk, they will not find a place to expand and skip the expansion as well. Is my guess. Things have gone south. We'll have 2.6 more kilometers. And then we have officially ran an ultra marathon in Factorio. I guess we already did the analysis now, if it was good enough. We decided it was good enough. It is 99.5% good enough. So we're gonna run with that. I mean, if they break through, we still have a ship with 5,000 artillery shells in orbit, which can, you know, rain down some more destruction. And our decorative, or soon-to-be decorative artillery turrets can be called back into a functional status if we really need to. $1.6k left to go. What time is it even? Alright, I had hoped to get something more done today, except just this. I think we'll work on the shopping list for Gleba after this. We might just fly back to Novice and start collecting stuff which we will need to build the science base. I don't even know what I have designed the science base in editor mode and just hand fed it stuff to start it off and stuff, but I don't really know what I actually need in terms of resources to actually fire it up in the real game. I know I need those biter eggs, for instance. We can recycle a biolab to get the first one. Sorry, a biochamber. I already am believing in biolabs. 1 kilometer left to go. My head is already in the biolabs. Alright, I think it's light now, so let's do this test now. One tile of landfill has not been placed somewhere on this side. Right over here somewhere. And it's this one. Alright, so we need to go back there, because that's a gap in our system. And that's also the tree that is not selected for. Okay, so no iron is laying on the ground, or bacteria, or whatever. Only those 2 trees, and that is the same 2 trees that are marked for deconstruction here. Or not. Actually, I think two wood is laying on the ground then somewhere. But I guess that's fine. Fairly spread out as well. Alright, I think we're good then. We just need to do this last little bit carefully. Nearly done, so I can refilm the last part. And time-lapse it or something. For the edit. I'm sure editing might remember 6 months from now to do that. Hey sheep. Yeah, I should get up and stretch. Let's first stretch. Do the last stretch of the landfilling, and I'll get up a bit and grab myself a new drink and whatnot. So I've been running this marathon as well on nothing but fumes. I'm not being careful, and it's getting night. It appears we're good. Annoyingly, we will need to run all the way to the other side of the map to catch the last part. Alright. I think we made it. Heck yeah. That was quite a slog. Ultra marathon complete. That was a fair bit of walking. So how far is that slip stack anyway? 4 kilometers, alright. We are first gonna grab a drink. I just saved. Let's watch something else. Yeah, nothing much going on here. We still have fuel for the plant. 90,000 seconds. Spent half of 90,000 seconds about. So you get to find out, calculate for yourself how many hours we have been on Gleba so far. Quite a few already, apparently. Thanks, Pudded, for the Prime subscription. So yeah, this ship has been like 15 hours. How much time is that? Thank you. Yes, having stutters. How is it going? I think my connection has been pretty good all this time. Let me just quickly check a little bit. It seems to be in order. Look, it's either the new system is working or this is just a random good day. I'm moving some stuff around now, so that might affect things. Right, I'll be right back. What did I miss? 10 million space signs produced. Yeah, the stomper shaped crater on Gleba is really nice. I tried one of those HD planet re-render mods for this visible planets from space mod. But I must say I quite like the gritty look of the original, really, more than the more realistic looks of planet. Did we get 10 million space signs? I guess I'm gonna reload anyway, but check out the milestones. Oh yeah, 10 million. 449 hours. 27 minutes. I didn't have the milestones mod enabled from the start, unfortunately. But still, you can get a pretty decent idea of all stuff. You can pause it on here if you want to see anything specific. 16k behemoth biters, that is purely because of the biter zoos. Oh, 32k already. 65. Oh, 131k already, alright. We're waiting for 262k. 2 to the power of I don't know how much anymore. Compare that to only 4k spitter kills, because all the pollution absorbing comes from the biter zoos. Why have you still not crafted a car? Really? car is incomplete. I did research the car. I thought I would need it on Fulgora. Because my solar powered armor would probably not work very well over there. But then when we actually went to Fulgora, we found this location with 4 islands in runnable distance, so we never really used the car. Did we? Am I just speaking out of my behind? Car. No, we'd never made a car. Alright. New challenge, Spidertron before car it is. Don't think we'll ever need a car anymore. We got fission reactors now. So we can run faster than we can drive. I wish I had a steps counter mod installed. I made a joke in one of the earlier episodes, but it's not really a joke. I really wish I installed a mod that keeps track of stupid statistics like that, like distance walked, distance driven. I don't think you can see that in the base game. Aquila before Fast and Surder is confirmed. Obsolete alien is probably not here anymore, but if you're still listening in the background, looks like you need to move the research for car to behind Spidertron then. As part of your Mike Handy memes mod. Yeah, I wonder too why there is no statistics menu like that in Factorio. This is really the game with the sort of audience that values having statistics like that. Here is the closest nest marker I made. That is no longer the closest nest, it's now one over here. The oh no marker. Okay, we have some different markers across the map. Are you gonna research the Tesla gun? Seems unlikely. Fulgoran Science is gonna be the hardest one to make. So I probably will end up saving everything for Aquilo. Once we're on Aquilo, we need every science pack all the time until the end of the game. So there's never really gonna be a period of time where I will have the luxury to research Fulgoran technologies which are not on the way. And let me tell you, there are 0 Fulgoran technologies on the way to beating the game, except for the Planet Discovery Aquilo itself, strangely enough. If anything, I would like to deviate for the mech armor, man. That thing is beautiful. Just ignoring cliffs altogether, fly over water, beautiful. But yeah, Tesla turrets probably are not really good off of the bat. You will probably want to have some like weapon upgrades to go along with that, and then it really starts to get pretty expensive in a hurry. Right, so we're done then. Where is the edge? I think I should put some markers on the edge where the landfill ends. At least. What is a visible corner? This corner should be fairly visible, I suppose. Maybe it will be more visible when it's daytime, so we'll first walk back. After 2.5 kilometers more of, you know, cooling down jog towards the base. Quote unquote base. It should be light again. How many revolutions have you gone around the edge of the Gleba map? We just did 3. And then 1 more for the raiders. That's 4. 2 more for artillery. That's 6. So 6 loops around the outside edge. And then of course more loops on smaller squares when claiming the land further and further out. Alright, I need to not forget that. I think we just gotta go place that one tile of landfill we forgot. Should we have a single point of failure in our wall? Should we have a single point of failure in our wall? I don't think so. It's gonna be... I'm not gonna notice it when it happens. I'm gonna notice it after it happened. And then it's no longer gonna be very retraceable to see how it actually happened. So I'm just gonna close it. Oh, there it is. Now we officially have 10 million space science packs. I linked my Fulgora base in general on Discord. 1k cost. Producing 60 a second now. Alright. Maybe I should have done a small base on Fulgora as well. I even researched elevated railways already on Norvis with temporary purple signs. That was a waste in hindsight because we never used it before we got to Vulcanus and actually set up proper purple signs, but oh well. Something for script writing Mike to complain about in the future, I suppose. Alright, the one forgotten tile. Funny how the landfill cannot be placed under the tile. One more check because I'm paranoid. Just... I think there's like a pentapod shell somewhere. 0 X are expected to be deconstructed, so probably some pentapod shell is... Or one of those stomper shells is laying around somewhere as well. We did kill some enemies. Small stompers 4, medium stomper 4. Behemoth strafer, that is just like... I guess when we do 3 shots on one of those bases, and if the strafer is standing there, it will also get destroyed by 3 artillery shells. Maybe 4 or something, because I think we would have killed more. How much damage does an artillery shell do anyway? It does like 2k damage in total, of 2 different types. I don't think we killed a behemoth stomper or big stomper just yet. Maybe a big one we did. Stomp. Small stomper, medium stomper. A shell. Oh, we destroyed way more stompers. But no big one. And no... behemoth one. We did kill a behemoth strafer. Yeah, big stomper, behemoth stomper incomplete. I guess we'll go for that at some point, just for fun. Alright, all the arrows around the edge of the screen are gone. Can get rid of FPS because we're just gonna play normal speed again. And we are back at the center of the map, coming back to 4 completely depleted stone patches. No single piece of stone left over anymore. So that is a job well done. About 2 chests of iron and copper ore. Some unlandfill stone. This is our only stone that is not turned into landfill. A bit of spoilage. Oh, we need spoilage to make agricultural towers. Yeah, you need it for quite some things as well. We already have a couple of seeds. Some more weaponry. We used almost a full stack of piercing rounds. Not that many rockets, not that many flamethrower fuel. Here's a rocket silo and the stuff to get off of the planet. We don't have much to bring home. I don't think biochambers are useful for anything at this moment in time for novice. Check the rocket fuel recipe. It's just bioflux with jelly. That should be fairly easy. I do have extra bioflux in my setup, I think. Right, I think then it's time to get rid of the temporary build, I suppose. Man, that is a Gleba enemy dealing complete. Nice. That took quite a while. How long have you been on Gleba? It's Gleben time. 435 hours. We spent 14 to 15 hours on the planet. I know, 14 hours. 14 hours on the planet to cleanse it, basically. Right. We're gonna leave it as clean as we found it, I suppose. Right. The landfill. Maybe I should pick up the landfill first. Especially this one. Yeah, that's like a couple K. $45K landfill left over. Way more than we need. There goes everything, as if there never was anything here. Guess the only thing that's gonna be left is our squircle of chests over here. And the raiders, of course. That's about it. Not really sure what else I should be doing on this planet at the moment. Those are part of the raider. We have a different amount of things left from everything. I guess different stuff got destroyed. Didn't use any of the poison capsules at all. We was out for the walk, listening to the stream, alright. Yeah, that would be a fun... No. Gameplay wise, that would be a horrible tech. The car is really useful and fun to use early on. Probably that we should not include that. Work on the vital bases giving nuclear power plant neighbor bonus instead. That would be a really fun one to implement. For those of you who didn't see that, I've got a nuclear power plant. A very normal one. You know, nothing dangerous going on here at all. And this guy should give neighbor bonus in a diagonal way as well, I really feel. Just to reward my efforts. Alright, it's going well. Not really sure what I think I'll just switch the armor. We're done basically. I can put the armors back in their original states. I think this one had one more leg. And this one did not have hoverports at all. Just batteries. Let's wear it so it fills up a bit. 8 hoverports were leftover extras, I believe. Brought a stack of good modules from every type, together with some beacons. I guess we'll put these in there as well. No, we won't. No, we won't. Machinery. Inserters, everything is back to where it was. And we are all alone on this giant planet. Holy moly. Right. I think I'm just gonna snap a screenshot. Let's wait for... We did manage to finish before cliff explosions though, so that's pretty cool. Let's wait until all the radars are on. I'm gonna snap a screenshot. It's taking a while. The Gleba day, dusk and dawn is quite long. I want to wait for the... Maybe that just doesn't go away. Right. Screenshot. So I can compare the expansion chunks, but in general... we should see... nothing. Because we've got the invisible wall. Down here, this chunk already, I think I've noticed Gleba expansions not happening already a lot of the time, even before this. If you look here, all these 4 things are red. As well as on the neighboring chunks. There is one landfill here, but that might be not enough space either, because this is all not eligible as well. So this expansion just it is a valid chunk because there is enough water in the chunk, like more than 10% of the chunk is that shallow water, so it is a valid expansion chunk, but this already naturally would not have been able to get selected. Expansions on Gleba are happening way less frequent than you would think, is my current understanding. So what we should see is there can be red chunks in the first 2 tiles, that's okay. The 3rd line should be green unless we've got the situation that this chunk gets selected and a biter base pops into here. It already cannot really be the case that this chunk gets selected and the biter base, if they're looking for an adjacent chunk, they should find this one or this one or this one, because these are all not eligible expansion chunks anymore either. So I think we are 100% safe then. We've got 2 chunks buffer, not 1. It cannot happen that this gets selected and they go over here instead, because if they go over here instead, there's nothing stopping them from going anywhere where we just try to block expansions instead. So I think we're gonna be 100% safe. So the furthest we should see biters go into our territory is this mystery expansion, which happened at some point either before or after we came here. That's not entirely clear, but those guys are there and they were not there when we started doing this. They were not there when we had the first edge done. And they were there when we were here on the first edge. So we don't really know what happened there. Unless we watch back the stream footage, of course. Why didn't I think of that? This is all being recorded. Anything I say will be used against me. I have to remember that. Cliff explosives, I'm only going to use those for Fulgora, perhaps for Gleba as well. It depends on how my sign setup fits. I think it's time to do the shopping listing. We are all done with sorting stuff. Maybe I should have smelted the copper and iron. Yeah, let's just do that as an in-between task. We'll actually properly set it up, believe it or not. Easiest way to measure out the tree tile distance is just to place another one of those things in there. We got slightly too much copper. Or do we? We can just fill it in there. I didn't bring any normal quality stuff because I can just make it on the planet. Probably put efficiencies in there. That means we need only 40 kilowatts per furnace. And these do 39 kilowatts, so technically we need 8 of these. Power everything. And they can die down in the night, I don't care. It's a one-time thing. I don't have high quality power lines. Smelt or intermission. Alright. Fine. We have like a normal taskbar, hotbar, which has some normal stuff on there. Doesn't appear to be the case. Alright, so we are underpowered, but that's fine, it's getting night. This just will get smelted in before we are back here for sure. I think I should just grab everything. This is all part of my inventory here. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. That's outdated weaponry, that's fine. One extra solar panel, sure. Alright. I'm not entirely sure what to do. I didn't plan ahead this far. Shopping list time. How do poison capsules work against stompers? I would imagine not, since they have like thousands of hit points and tens of healing per second, and poison capsules do like 12 damage per second or something. 10.4 per second. Not gonna try it. And they're just gonna run out of the cloud when they're chasing you. Alright. It is time to look into the big science book of designs. For Gleba we have this one. Should we just go to the safe? We can go to the safe to see what it is that we want. Planetary development. Not sure which one I should have, but I guess anyone is okay. So this is like Editor World, where I've been designing all my science packs, including the Vulcanus one, which is now a reality. It does not include purple science, it is just Vulcan science packs. Because I had zero knowledge of what's going on. This is what we envisioned for Gleba. Like 900 SPM, and this is the amount of scrap you need for that. It's not that hard to like recycle the scrap. The hard thing is getting the scrap on the landmass to begin with. So yeah, there's that. We could do more SPM. We could do 1500 SPM from 24 belts of scrap with Mark III productivity modules. And I also made a design that does... It's basically the same design, just rearrange the amount of beacons and the amount of beacons and machines a little bit. And then we could supply this with 30 belts if we ever can get that on island. So yeah, there's that. But for now we are more interested in Gleba. Which I have set up running over here. Spoiler, I didn't do the artillery thing here, I just killed all enemies with command. But it appears that we are gonna have more than enough space for the spore cloud. I'm only actually chopping trees for half of science. This is the design we are interested in at the moment. So I am using a load of beacons. Mostly, this design is not a good design. Actually, it both is and is not a good design. It's a quantum design. The bad thing about it is that most of the ratios are not great. Like for instance, this thing is producing 0.91 eggs a second, and this one is eating up 0.94 eggs a second. I tried to do that on purpose so that eggs are always being consumed faster than they are being produced. But I forgot to take into account that it also, that 0.91 eggs per second includes the one that does not include the 0.31 that you need to feed back into it. So this only produces like 0.6 eggs per second for science instead of the 0.94 it needs. So that is not great. I tried to change this a couple times, especially with Mark III productivity and speed modules available. You can get much more out of the resources than you need, but this design is quite nice for a different reason. Reason 1, we produce 2600 signs a minute, which means 2600 divided by 1800, other way around. The science needs to arrive on Norvis with an average freshness of 69% to make it nice. So that sounds doable, right? It's an hour to spoil. So after we have like 15 minutes or so. And it's not entirely true because the science is already spoiling on, it's not created 100% fresh. I still think we should be able to do that because of another feature of this design. This is a strange design for... Let's go to the actual design. It's a strange design for Gleba purposes. You normally don't really see like backed up belts. Normally you have designs which just flow all through, and what isn't being consumed is sent to heating towers to be burned. We only really do that for nutrients. The rest we just accept that it lays on the belt, and we just do some smart belt prioritizing to make sure the right stuff is consumed. For instance, bioflux goes on one belt. You got a near side of the belt priority, so we have some weird side loading stuff going on here, which makes sure both sides of the belt are being consumed. One side is being consumed by the bottom half of science, and then the other half is being consumed at the top over here. So everything is always moving. We do have just a spoilage takeover at the very end because this inserter doesn't touch the last two items on the belt, unfortunately. It is kind of annoying. Those are ignored. It always grabs from... Yeah, you can see it when it takes the bioflux. It disappears from the front. And this just lays on the belt and rots, so that sometimes gets sent away. So the science production is high enough that with two of those setups we can provide Norvis with 1800 SPM. I tried to get it high enough with one of these setups to do it with just a single one, but I couldn't get it high enough without crossing a very important threshold for this design, which is, if you look at how many of these Yumakos are consumed per minute and how much of these jelly nuts are consumed per minute, you see it's pretty close to, especially the Yamakos, they are pretty close to a full red belt at 1800 a minute, which means if I'm producing a full belt, which I am, producing half a belt here, and half a belt I'm just spawning in, I suppose, over here. But because the consumption is almost half a belt per one of these setups, as we are just a little bit away from that rate, this is basically almost always moving, which means the stuff is not rotting, especially if we make sure that stuff is consumed equally from about everywhere. So we got 4 of these agricultural towers, 2 of them join here, 2 of them join here. Everything is side loaded on one side of the belt. Everything is side loaded on one side of the belt, always on one side of the belt. So everything is consumed in order. And since we are consuming almost 900 a second, this does not really rot on the voyage, not really by a lot on the voyage here. And then this is basically like 96% fresh when it's getting made. Same for the jelly. It's a little bit worse because the pink fruit, they move a little bit slower. They are a little further from the optimum. It would be 900 at the optimum. So 450 per half belt. But it's not, so that moves a little bit slower. But still the bioflux that comes out of here, 92% fresh. Alright, and then we do the same for the bioflux. It just goes onto the belt, half side of the belt, goes in here, and is consumed in the way it is. With bioflux, consumption is also a little bit further from where it would be. We might be able to just... I'm not gonna mess with it, because I tested this and it works. It looks like this one is missing a beacon. So I can, yes, I can put productivity modules Mark III in here. It doesn't really help me though. Because I'm overproducing science anyway, I hope. And putting productivity modules Mark III in here just means it uses more nutrients. And I overproduce more science, so I overproduce more garbage. So yeah, the design is bad in terms of direct ratios and stuff, but it's pretty good in terms of keeping everything flowing without doing any of the usual Gleba stuff, which is just burning all overproduction immediately. So that is the design. We have one nutrients producer right here, which I apparently forgot to efficiency module, but it's fine. That makes nutrients from bioflux. Those are sent to 2 different locations. One goes around the science production on Gleba here. You can see these nutrients are already almost half dead by the end of it, so we might be using blue bells, since we've got those now, or even green bells. Because using green bells basically means the nutrients will arrive here twice as fast, so they'll be twice as fresh. And the nutrients go into chests basically, where they spoil and then get burned into the heating towers. Same for surplus seeds. I don't have seed return just yet in the design. The other half of the nutrients just goes up here. There's a separate loop, goes into a 1, 2, 3 splitter, and those get then split again over these 6 stacks over here. So everything kind of runs like clockwork like this. And I have tested this for extensive amounts of time, and it never backfired. So I'm not gonna change it. I'm just gonna use it as it is. So this is the design we're gonna be using. I think I should maybe just make a blueprint of this really, instead of using the blueprint I've got. Maybe I just should, no, yeah, this one. We need this stuff twice. That's basically what we need. This is going to be our list. Put it in here. Alright. Let's see, how are you planning to power the Gleba base? Not sure yet. Haven't thought about it. I don't know if it uses a lot of power, since the biochambers all run on nutrients. I guess the beacons need power, but that's a stable amount. The roboports need a little bit. And just in servers, it's like 100 megawatts. We could probably just use solar with this power usage. Guess we're gonna get a little bit more, since I didn't really build it up completely. Since I built this up, completely, but that is just the edge of what I'm doing, I think. Let's snap it to a grid. I can use that. I can use that to build it in my real world in exactly the same way that it is here. I might be doing that. Alright. Solar is reliable because Gleba is not. Yeah, solar is very reliable, especially if you have a stable power draw. And since I don't have any electric turrets or laser turrets or whatever to power, we should be fine. I did put like gun turrets and laser turrets in here in case the eggs spoil. Probably still going to be too slow to like deal with massive amounts of eggs hatching at the same time, but at least we won't lose absolutely everything, I suppose. So we're gonna have that in there. Both laser turrets and gun turrets. Alright. That's gonna save me the annoyance of... I guess I can build this as a second one. I can build one on stream and just connect everything by hand. Then we need to build the exact same thing again. I'll just use the snapped one with these fields to get the job done and just get on with it. The only thing that's not in place here is the seed return system. I've just got infinity chests. Feeding seeds in here. So it might get a bit less efficient. $2 million. Wait, is that the first level? Overgrowth soil. Oh yeah, we have artificial soil, right? Oh, it's already here. This you must place in the wetlands, right? Alright, so it is possible to do that here. How with the overgrowth soil? Artificial, you max overgrowth soil. Ah, you can place that basically everywhere. Where is this green stuff? Oh, alright. Okay, so later you can actually build a real grid or whatnot, but that's like a 2 million tech, so probably end game purpose. We're just gonna have to work with what we've got. I'm not gonna save because, yeah, I messed up a bunch of things. Yeah, 100 megawatts is not too much. So let's go back to the actual game. Only place you can't is in the blue marshes. Everywhere in the biome, but those biomes are huge. Ah, these marshes. Ah, okay, so you cannot really like make a infinite grid then. Not infinite, but looks like there are places then where it's gonna be annoying. That sucks for mega basing. Mega basing is nice for regularity and repeated blueprints. So agricultural towering is still gonna be fairly annoying then, I suppose. Right. We can have real requested chests now, but let's stick the blueprint on the bar. Then we can stick the blueprint in the chest. Like this. Then we can say we want this twice. Or we can just use 2 chests. All of this does not exist. I think we just gotta go to Novus and collect this. Really. Why are there 4 yellow belts in there? Those must be... I already forgot. It's been so long since I made the design. It might be to artificially limit some throughput or something. Alright, do I want to bring... Do I want to bring everything? I think... We could save a couple launches. I mean, landfill we are not gonna need. We're gonna need a lot of landfill, but we have that here. Let's sort the quality stuff from not quality stuff. All of the quality stuff we'll definitely want to bring from Norvies. Beacons. Inserters, but we also can, like, that's like 4 launches of inserters which don't need to be sent. I think we'll just send everything really. Biochambers. I guess we'll leave them on the list. We're probably just gonna send everything. There's not really super cheap stuff. Maybe pipes. Pipes and yellow belts. That's easy to make on this planet with the iron we've got. Underground pipes is a lot of iron though. It's 1 stack. Yeah, I should not worry about that. We'll just send everything. That's the easiest way. So let's do this. We don't need agricultural towers or biochambers because those are made here. We're not gonna send the 4 regular transport belts, but the rest we're gonna send those as well. Who am I kidding? Who am I kidding? Okay, but what is not on here though? We have roboports, but we don't have logistics bots. We're gonna need... Are we gonna use logistics bots to bring the seeds to the agricultural towers, or are we gonna belt those back? I think bots are pretty good to use for anything that does not spoil, and to manage spoilage itself. Let's bring like 500 of them. That's extras. We probably want more belt stuff than what we have on here. And we want to bring better belts. I don't have turbo belts. Those are probably overkill. Especially with these splitters costing like blue chips and tons of tungsten and whatnot. Can't really see. I would rather use my tungsten for science. We can use the blue belts though, those are cheap. And made the Norvies and ready. We can upgrade the entire red belt stuff to blue belts. Just to get some transports moving along faster. But that is a separate matter, I suppose. Let's drag those things out of there, just to highlight them. Landfill. And the rest we will just send over. Alright, so that is my chest. Not this one, this one. Let's put it next to the list. And then power. We need power. These things do 39 kilowatts. I don't know how many accumulators you need. I know in Norvies it's 42 kilowatts out of 60 if you count the day-night cycle. I have no idea what it is on Gleba. Let's say it's... Normal solar panel is 30 kilowatts, so it would be 21 effectively if there's the same ratio between night and day. We're gonna probably be a little bit more on the safe side here. Perhaps just calculating this with regular quality solar panels and then bringing uncommons. No single rail piece. Alright. Stream okay, should be okay. Might have had a... Oh, it's still connected, alright. data is alright as well. Such a cable mess. Yeah, the mod thought you meant something else with the railing a piece. Alright, 21 kilowatts per panel, and we needed 100 megawatts. Let's say we need 200 megawatts. And we have 30 kilowatts per panel. No, we have 20 kilo. Okay, that's a lot of panels. Okay, that's 10. Okay, we're not gonna do solar power. Am I off by an order of magnitude here? Or is solar just that bad on Gleba? How much? If one is 20, yeah, you need 50 for 1 megawatt. So 5,000 for 100. Okay, no, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna do nuclear then. Nuclear power should be fairly easy. Unfortunately, we can not get a neighbor bonus like we did on Norvis. Just gonna do a nuclear plant and send over the... Send over the fuel cells. If we just build like a 4x4, that is what, 480 megawatts? Running at half capacity. So that is 1 fuel cell per 100 seconds. It's like 36 fuel cells per hour. That is very much shippable from Norvis to Gleba, I feel. We didn't truly set up nuclear fuel cells just yet, but we've got them. We've got some over here to get us started. And we can automate an infinite amount basically from here. That's probably the way to go. Since I got so many red chips, maybe I should stop making blue chips. No, let's just keep going. Not mess with that stuff right now. We got this stuff. We gotta get out of here. Gotta get out of here. I'm gonna need more power. Maybe I should leave behind my landing pad somewhere. That could actually just fit right in there. Just throw these in there. Oh, it still does. I think that's good enough. I literally need to put a chest down just for the rocket fuel. And the rest we can just put in. Get off of this clump. I think that's all. I think we're going. I don't know. Are we going? It feels kind of weird. See, it's not even short on power with efficiency modules. That is how we really should do it. I guess I'm betting we can get a speed module in there. And it's still at minus 80%. Alright. So I'm gonna need 2 rockets, don't I? One for my... I'm gonna come back. Do I need to bring my other armor? think I'll just bring a... I should just bring a combination armor then. Whoa, this thing is way too fast though. I'm gonna need to run around the novice more than I need my bots, I feel, so... Let's throw those in the chest and we'll grab the roboports instead. And we'll leave behind this armor. And we hope that nobody comes to eat it while we are off of this planet. We also are not allowed to bring any of that stuff. I guess the rest is gonna stay here as well. We have the... We're gonna put the decorative turrets up. I got 4 left. Alright. The rocket is preparing. That takes a lot of power. That is what the 800 kilowatts is doing. The actual making of the rocket does not have any problems. Let's do that. Now it is half power. Yeah, we're gonna go... We need rocket silos as well. We're gonna need nuclear for sure on this planet. Okay, I built the rocket silo in the dump, please. We got this on blueprint. Alright. Turrets set. Inventory. Go away. Feels weird, but I think we're ready. We didn't really do anything here. All we have to show for is this. We did automation. We know how to play this game. Alright, 15 hours on Gleba, and all we've got to show for is 8 furnaces. And a rocket silo with some hand-fed stuff. Back up we go. Why not rocket fuel powered heating towers? It's a weird... I think I'm zoomed out further than I should. Yeah, I forgot the heating towers were a thing, but I'm not sure how reliable... rocket fuel powered heating towers. How much rocket fuel do you need for that though? I think we should maybe have a look at that. Because yeah, heating towers, are they worth their money? Can we not deal with the intergalactic headache of sending fuel cells over if we just use heating towers? Man, Gleba is an annoying planet to do anything on. If we go to some sort of a dry area like here. Right. Heating tower. Boilers, heat pipes, concrete. Should be fairly easy to get in rare quality then. Let's grab some rare ones and some regular ones. They have an efficiency of 215%, which is basically 150% neighbor bonus, I suppose, but they don't actually get neighbor bonus then. Constant consumption 16 megawatts. So it produces 40 then. Power usage. Let's check. If we throw one rocket fuel in there, what will it do? This is all new stuff for me. I haven't done this at all. Ah wait, of course we still gotta make the nuclear, the other parts of it, the heat exchangers and the steam turbines. That is not changing. So this should be more than that thing can do. We have global electric network on, so let's not bother with this. We should actually switch that off. I'm not gonna save this because this might mess up. Yeah, okay, science is okay. We're gonna get some X hatching. And we need to spawn in some water. Water we can just pump from Gleba, so that should be fine. And we need to reach 500 degrees. We have a heat interface these days. So we can just say, hey, it is actually, let's say 666 degrees, and everything should start working pretty soon, except we don't have heat pipes. Right. Speed up. Okay. Away with the heat interface. This is gonna sink to 500 degrees then, I suppose, and stop working. So first question is, do I get 40 megawatts out of there if I only provide it with one rocket fuel? Or like one heating tower? It does seem so. Alright, so it's 40 mega per heating tower. If I make it a rare one, that went quite quick. It should be then 64. Alright, before I got to 64. And there we go. Okay, that's 64. I think we'll just stick with regular ones. Don't see the point of going quality on those. This regular one is basically 4 of those with 7 of those. We can do 8. We can make some sort of modular design then, I suppose. The thing is though, 16 megawatt consumption, that eats up a rocket fuel every like 6 seconds or so. Yeah, 6.25 seconds per rocket fuel to make 40 megawatts. If we need 200 megawatts, we need basically 1 rocket fuel per second. How hard is it to make 1 rocket fuel per second on Gleba? That's then the question. And is that easier than bringing over nuclear fuel? That is now the key question. So rocket fuel, one of these makes 0.2 a second. So we need, let's say, 5 of those. Alright. Then we need light oil. Don't even know how you get oil. Wait, here's lubricant. Oh. Right. Yeah, right. Forget about that. I think chat is now already telling me this. Wrong recipe, alright. I didn't even think that it was the wrong recipe. But we can make rocket fuel from water, which is free. These produce 0.3 a second. Let's say we want 4 of those running at all times. Let's do 5, just for safety, and we might need more power than I think. That's 1.5 rocket fuel a second. That's probably gonna be good. 1.5 rocket fuel a second is 150 megajoules a second, and we get the 250% efficiency from the heating towers. Should be enough for 375 megawatts if this runs all the time. Means we need 2 bioflux and 30 jelly. The 2 bioflux I'm just gonna have left over already, and the jelly I'm gonna have left over as well, because that comes from the jelly nut processing. And that will only help my case realistically. 4 jelly per jelly nut. Oh, yeah, no, I think we're gonna be good. And we're gonna get 6 jelly out of it because of the productivity bonus. These eat up 6. 30. We're gonna get 6. So we're gonna need 5 jelly nut per second. Alright, we are on the heating tower. So do we have that left over on Gleba? I'm using 672 a minute. I could be producing 900 a minute on this belt. I have blue belts, so I can just use a blue belt and still use this principle and just make a little bit more, regardless of what I'm actually using. Yeah, I think we should be fine. So we don't need... we need more bioflux as well, but I'm already... I have the capacity to make more bioflux than... I don't know, it's a little bit tricky. If it's not enough, I'm in trouble. because either the base is not gonna work because the beacons don't have power, or I might have a resource shortage on bioflux here because I'm using it for rocket fuel. I'm already gonna want to make rocket fuel to launch rockets. That's gonna be a smaller amount. Actually, I'm not simulating that either. Okay. Here we're gonna get sidetracked again. We're making 2600 signs a minute. We can fit 1000 signs on a rocket. So we need 2.6 rockets a minute. The rockets use 50 parts. So that is 130 rocket fuel a minute. But we get productivity bonus on the rocket silos, 36%. That can be 64% with Mark III productivity modules. But we need to research those first, so we need to design around Mark II. So we need 95 rocket fuel a minute. Which is like less than 2 rocket fuel a second. That is a similar amount, is it not? Two rocket fuel a second, let's say. And we determined for the heating towers it was like 1.5 per second. That's a similar amount. Okay, so we might just need to make a separate rocket fuel producing setup anyway. And if we make that completely separate from science production, we should be okay. Also, we can use whichever freshness in here. It doesn't matter how fresh this stuff is. Rocket fuel doesn't have any freshness. So if you use, I assume, if you use almost spoiled stuff in here, you still get a full power rocket fuel out of there, I hope. It's easy to test, I suppose, but it would be strange if that was not the case. Let me get one of these things. Just a stack of those. Okay, there hatches the stuff. Eggs are hatching. Alright, yes, there is a fair bit of damage, but outbreak at least is contained by the gun turrets. So we don't lose everything if it goes wrong. This thing is still running because it has its own power source. Okay, that's good. Okay, this is now slightly rotted. So if we use this and bioflux and water and nutrients. Oh god, nutrients, I forgot about those again. We got a regular rocket fuel. Yeah, okay. I thought so. There is nothing which... No freshness to rocket fuel. Just to confirm. I don't want to do bacteria processing. I didn't enjoy that part in the new player experience, and I'm just going to avoid it. We're gonna need to do rocket fuel here anyway, so yeah, we might as well. Might as well use heating towers. We can still bring 4 nuclear reactors to just start up everything. I'm inclined to just bring nuclear reactors. And then once we design rocket fuel for the rocket silos, we might design it twice as big. And switch over to heating towers. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Go nuclear power, set it up, forget about it, build everything, automate everything, and then just, once we have rocket fuel on the planet, just build it twice as big and then change for heating towers. That seems like the least headache. I can even ship in the first rocket fuel from Norvis if I really want to for the rockets. Yeah, alright. We're gonna go with that. We are gonna go for the heating towers eventually though. I have the heating towers dedicated to burning of spoilage. We can use that heat indeed to supplement the nuclear reactor. So we're gonna of course have a fuel efficient design. And if we use the heat from the heating towers as well, we're gonna spend even less fuel cells. I don't think it's possible. Is it possible to heat it entirely off of spoilage? Who needs rocket fuel anyway? We can just what is the fuel value of that other stuff? This is 100 megajoules. 2 megajoules. 10 megajoules. Oh, look at that. How about jelly? 1 megajoule, 1 megajoule, 6 megajoules for bioflux itself. Okay, it does make sense to turn it into rocket fuel then. Spoilage is not megajoule. Not megajoule at all. Viterex, but 5 megajoule. And I'm underproducing those already. Science specs? No. That would be funny. Alright. Let's go home. We can stop these from working. Just stop these belts from flowing. Throw those shells back on the belt. So we empty the actual cargo base for things we can load up on Norvis. And now we are still carrying 4.8k artillery shells. Yay, we spent more than half. That's a success. 32 fuel cells were burned in orbit in 14 hours, so that is pretty decent. Cliff Explosives is about to complete. How is Norvis doing on oil? We were at 6404. 7831 again, right? Is that enough to do the next purple technology? I hope so. I hope so. That's gonna be the way it is, I suppose. We might be able to upgrade all oil sources again. We've got like Mark III speed modules now, theoretically. But it probably makes more sense to build a new oil source. We've got some accessible ones still, like this one. Just annoying to hook up, but I mean there's like 3 oil sources here. 1, 2, 3. You looked at Pentaport X, but how do I get Biter X on? 6 megajoules. That's about the same. Also, that is a technology which is locked behind a million signs, so we need to do without that for now. Just gonna go with the fuel cells, man. That is 8,000 megajoules fuel value. And it's gonna get multiplied by 3. So I think that's just the easiest way, really. It's much easier to set up like like 1 launch per trip for fuel cells. Just to start it off. Okay, we're going home. We are going home. We're gonna slingshot into the asteroid field again at, I don't know how fast, but pretty fast. First, our goal on Gleba is complete. Obliteration completed. We don't need to go to Vulcanus to load shells anymore. Here we go. And this ship is also going to be our science ship. We're not going to build a new one. We might build a copy of this one, actually. I think we're going to need 2 science ships at least. I like the slingshot maneuver. We just slingshot ourselves to the halfway point at full speed, and then when the asteroids get dense, we slow down. And as we research more laser damage upgrades, we can keep the ultimate speed higher. I think the flight time is pretty acceptable this way. I need like a handful of Biterex for the biolabs. I don't need any sustainable production on Novis until Prometheum signs, which is after the game finishes, which is when I might call it quits on this one. We'll see how it goes. Alright, power situation on Vulcanus should be good again as well. We are now either producing purple signs or orange signs back. So yeah, we are no longer using accumulators at all. Unlike before, when we were producing both at the same time. Oh, 1.3 million, 2.4 million. These still have quite a bit of tungsten. Sulfuric acid should never run out, basically. Coal though, 5.9. All of the quality coal almost has been mined up so far. How is the rest of this going? With the rare stuff, it has not gridlocked. It cannot gridlock on the coal. It can gridlock on the ore here. We have quite a bunch of chests of those again. And a full chest of those. Alright, so that's pretty much all we need, I think, for making like speed modules of rare quality and whatever. How is Jimmy doing? Where are you, Jimmy? Jimmy. Okay, I'm overestimating his territory size. Jimmy's still doing fine. His own little secluded area. We'll get there at some point. For now though, it is time for us to drop down, I think. We can send these cells down. I mean, we are already launching up fuel cells to this ship anyway, because it has a nuclear reactor on board, so we might as well just send some of them down to Gleba as well. I'm finding more and more excuses to do these things. Alright. Back we go. The carbon on the ground has been declared a UNESCO heritage site, so we are no longer allowed to touch that. Right. Where's my stuff? It is not here. Johnny's. It is here, alright. An inventory. We now have bots. So let's see how much of that gets automatically filled, I suppose. I think we have to do the bells separately. Alright. Guess this is where we find out how much did we automate. I suppose it's mostly stuff, right? So let's put it here and see what the bots do. If we request from the buffer chests, that is. Question, did I want to upgrade to blue belts or not? That looks fairly promising. There was a lot of stuff which got brought over. I haven't really made an effort to automate absolutely everything, so... Okay, we're out of some things we don't have. All of this is there. Laser turrets. Rare inserters. Power lines. And roboports. I think the rest is all complete. Including gun turrets. Productivity module Mark IIs. We don't have enough. I think I had only 500 in the network, so now we are making more. Yeah, these are set to work only if you have less than 500, so we didn't have 600 waiting for us in the network. Except I've got another 100 on me. So that should do the trick, I suppose. Okay, let's make exact amounts here. Alright, so we need 52 roboports. I don't think we need quality roboports either. We just need regular ones. I think we can scoop a whole bunch of these. The big haul is over. So we don't need that many roboports anymore. I probably want to upgrade to quality roboports on Norvis anyway. I think I do want one roboport to not have a gap. There. I'm not really gonna scoop every roboport, but that's good enough. Did you manage to repair everything without getting destroyed? We got quite the range. I forgot about that, yeah. Looks like everything is repaired now, so okay, good. I didn't notice that my bots flew out again. Right, 500 logistic bots we wanted to take. In total. So it's 250 per chest. I suppose I should alter that. Laser turrets. I don't think I have the stuff to automatically produce regular laser turrets. I don't have batteries automated in general. My hand feeding system, or this automated system is stuck doing tasks. There's a lot of work to change that, so yep. Here we go. Batteries. Not even gonna try for quality laser turrets. We can just make those when we need them. We're gonna probably need more at some point, so throw it all in. Some green chips. Throw the rest in these. And steel. And more steel. For the next session. Okay, that's gonna make probably all the laser turrets we need. Check. Okay, what else? 500 logistics bots. We should have an enormous amount of bot frames available somewhere over here. I have to get rid of my steel first. And this chest is full. See how many get delivered here. Another 700. Logistics bots. That is 500. We need the red chips for those. Okay. Let's put the ones we have back in here. So that is bots and lasers. Then we need roboports. Probably I should be making roboports with the quality chance, but I cannot be bothered. 2400, 2400, and double that. There's 53 roboports. Probably it's faster to put it in here. Two roboports per crafting machine, but oh well. We have another half of red chips. Alright, that should be enough roboports for sure. Laser turrets are done. That's for sure enough laser turrets. Cliff explosives is research, heck yeah. How do you even make those things? Oh, we need calcite. We can make them on Novice actually, because we have calcite here. We cannot make those on Gleba. We need to make them here if we want to take them. I'm gonna try not to use cliff explosives on Gleba. We're just gonna reserve that for Fulgora. Alright. Bots are done as well. So there we got it. I guess we have a chest for laser turrets somewhere. Over here. Right, check. Roboports, I'm not even sure we have a chest for roboports actually. Oh, we do. Plop those in there. And of course construction bots. 500. The chests are full. I guess I'll plop them in here. Where are they going? Where did they go? I feel like I lost a bunch. Ah wait, yeah, of course. They go in that chest. That kinda makes sense. It's getting late apparently. Alright, so the bots are in the other chest. Rope pots are done, we just need power lines and inserters. We also don't have rare or rare long-handeds anymore. So we might want to make I guess we'll automate them at some point, but for now if we don't have long-handeds anymore, we're probably out of those as well, actually. Not really sure how many I want to make. Alright, am I in time with the restart? Solar Boy's fault confirmed, yes. We back? Alright. Was my own fault. No, it was my provider's fault. They should have sent me a message, an audible message, before this happened. I'm glad we are still here, that it didn't cut out yet. Right, so yeah, we just made long-handed inserters. We were out of those, so we probably don't have enough. And we fed the rest back to the chest. Let's see if something gets picked up. Yeah, it does. So we were missing a couple on the second chest, I suppose. Oh, we're still missing. Right. Wait, are we? Well, the chest is just full. Alright. No! Not trash unrequested. Just want to grab the... Let me grab the beacons. So the rest can get delivered. Alright, so we are still out of long-handed. I don't feel I have enough resources to comfortably automate everything just yet, in terms of rare stuff. Don't really want to be overproducing here. Ah, Twitch audio is gone again. Ah. I'll just post the temporary audio link again. It's over, we're so back. Alright. Right, now we got some left. So this is all good except gun turrets here. We have gun turrets in our museum. Apparently we're using them. Not sure where the rest was coming from then, but sure. I guess it's just laying in the system somewhere. Let's just throw it. Some of the old turrets, man, which don't want to switch on trash unrequested again. Let's do this. That is the gun turret as well. I think that everything is in there. We only need to make the power line still. 220. Yeah, we only have made regular ones, and no, that's not true. We made those as well. I have no idea where they are, but apparently not here. Maybe we made them for bringing on the ship. So yeah, let's make. Oh, we get. Hey! This time I'll remember. This time I will remember. It's not often I remember, but this is one of those times. Of uncommon quality. We need 2, 4 and 2, so we need a lot of sticks. I'm not gonna make sticks with productivity, F that. There is our sticks. There is our steel. And we're gonna have extra copper cable, is fine. We need only 2 of those, so let's throw away the rest. Grab the sticks. I'm too fast, man, for this with this armor. Cannot really do anything about it because I left the other armor on Gleba. There we go. Nice. That should be enough for a while. Can't believe I remembered to do this. That is way more than we need, but it is fine. Don't have a chest for those. That's annoying. I guess they are just going in one of these then. For now. And that's all. I think we are complete. The only thing we still need is the components for a nuclear power plant. But in the meantime we can start launching this stuff up. Interesting that you do all design work. I don't do all design work off stream, but I mean, it would take me like 4 streams to design and fine-tune a spaceship, and that is a little bit too much. Can I carry all of this? Everything collected but the nuclear plant stuff. No, I cannot carry everything, so that's what I wanted to know. Need to do this in 2 holes. We can start sending this stuff back up to our spaceship. 45, 39. Do I want to use the blue belts on Gleba? Probably should. Oh man, my brain hurts. I think I gotta think about that. Let's leave. We'll leave the belts here. I should be able to carry everything. Wait, my inventory is not empty. Alright, so all of this needs to be launched on board. That is 10, 20, 40, 50, 100. About 160 inventory slots. We should have that amount of space. Yeah, we have 250, so we don't have that much more on this ship. I think though we can start launching this. Everything that is a full rocket launch can go in here. I guess the logistics bots have to be ordered separately. Okay, that all fits in there. All right. Wait, there's one more silo which is on. Switch that off. Launch stuff up. Launch most stuff up. So that theoretically should just work like this. Times 2. Nice. Cheap yellow inserters. Wasting rocket launches on those. Still no sound on Twitch. How many minutes has it been? This mic makes them look like forks for hand feeding. Guess we don't really need to watch this. We do also need to send... Where does all this stuff come from? I think these chests can get launched up automatically as well. Now I have landfill in here. The rest is all like mix and match stuff, so we'll have to do that separately. I can just throw it in here for now. And the bots won't be able to touch that. Alright. I gotta think about the belt stuff and about the reactor, and I think my brains are fried enough as it is. So maybe we'll just put an end to it for today. Especially since it looks like we still have sound issues on Twitch as well. So maybe we'll just have this as an outro then. On Sunday we'll continue flying back to Gleba, and hopefully at the end of the stream, fingers crossed, having a steady stream of signs flowing into Norvis. That's the dream. Alright, so for today, I thank you all for watching. I hope you had a good time. And I'll see you all next time.